Dear cycling fans, dear spectators, happy Sunday morning to all of you. We are back with the Baltic Chain Tour 2023 live coverage. We have today our third and final stage of this year's race, and this will start in Lithuania. So the most southern country in the Baltic states is the destination that we had today. Yesterday we were in Latvia with a hilltop finish in Sigulda, and the general classification is still very much up for grabs, especially the first and second place right arm from the national team Estonia is still leading it by only 2 seconds in front of Henry Hulik from Latvian development team. But yes, this is this final stage of this year's race. It is the shortest stage of the tour, only 156 kilometers, so it should be a really fast stage today. There isn't any hills on today's race, and it's very warm, as you can see, 26 degrees. Humidity is pretty high also, and almost no wind. It is very uncommon to have the Baltic Chain Tour with no wind, but this year it has happened that we have very calm weather for the whole tour here. But this is yet the most hottest day that we have had in this tour. So 26 degrees. It's not too hot, but still, definitely, it is more warmer than usual in the Baltic states. Usually it's a bit more chill. But this is the general classification for today's race. We still have a proper race on our hand with the general classification, and also for different other classifications regarding the most active riders, so the intermediate sprint classification, and also the most competitive rider standing. And of course, everybody wants to win a stage in this tour, and this is a possibility for probably for all of the sprinters that are in this tour to win a stage. The first stage we had a breakaway going away, and yesterday we had a hilltop finish, which really suited the Alpecin de Königs team rider Henry Hulik, who did a superb late attack on that hill and won comfortably in front of other riders. So a few second lead in yesterday's finish, and the bonus seconds really shut his chances up in the general classification. So very nice job done yesterday from the Alpecin de Königs development team to set up their lead rider, young German national rider, up for the stage win here. But we are in Panevėžys. It isn't the biggest city in Lithuania, but it is probably the biggest city regarding cycling community in Lithuania, because and there's one specific reason for this. This is Henry Hulik, yesterday's winner, the most competitive jersey wearer, so the red jersey wearer for today's stage. He is second in the general classification standing. This is yellow jersey. This is right arm winner of stage 1 of this year's race, defending champion of this tour, and this is of course Victor Lichou from young Swedish rider from Svelen cycling team. He actually, the wearer for the young rider jersey is Henry Hulik, but Victor is holding that jersey for him. And on the right we have the green jersey, where the most active rider jersey, where Markus Pajur from Tartu 2024 team. He did a really hard stage yesterday. He went on the attack with a bunch of guys, over 100 kilometers to go, and he was in the late latter stages of yesterday's stage. He attacked again with two other riders, but they were caught only 4 kilometers from the finish. So Markus did everything yesterday, but he didn't have the power to really finish it off, because the peloton was really charging, and the peloton was mostly charging because of Alpecin-Tecumseh's development team riders, who really did a proper lead out for Henry Hulik. And also we had this ATT investment team going full gas at the end of yesterday's stage. They didn't get a lot of out of that move, because they only finished 5th in the stage with Matjus Stošek, but they did a proper spectacle for us and for all of the other riders, and they made it as hard as possible. So in just 5 seconds time, we will have the ceremonial start of this year's last stage. The riders will be guided out of the city, approximately 5 kilometers, and then they will have the technical start of today's stage. But before I talked about why is Panevėžys, the city that we are in at this moment, so important for the cycling community of Lithuania, and also so important for the cycling community of Baltic states, it is because it has an indoor track, so indoor cycling track, and this is a big thing for all of the Baltics, and of course mostly for Lithuania itself. Lithuania cycling community, they are really the Lithuania is the only Baltic states that has a proper a track program, and they have gotten good riders in there. Of course, the most famous is a woman rider, Simona Krupskaite, who's now no longer racing, but she had superb results in the World Championships, and represented also Lithuania in the Olympic Games in track cycling. So Panevėžys is a place where a lot of also road cyclists come in the winter times in the Baltic states to train, to keep some speed in their legs in the winter months. So some waves here for the fans, of course. It is definitely for a lot of these riders. They don't have live coverage in the most of the races that they do, so I think this is definitely a bit special for a lot of riders too, that they get the race broadcasted on live TV in different commentating languages, and this is a big kudos to all of the organizers of this race, that they really see that the live coverage, the live broadcast is so important for a cycling race, for any sports race, because if these riders wouldn't have fans, if they wouldn't have some coverage on media outlets, then they couldn't do what they like to do. So the sponsors only sponsor sports because they get something back from it. So it is unfortunately that simple. So it is nice that we have this coverage, that riders or fans across the Europe can see this beautiful race raced in the Baltic states, and of course definitely for a lot of family members, friends, it is so nice to see their familiar riders here racing in the Baltic states, and they can safely look at them from their home TV or from their home YouTube. So it's I think it's very important for every race to have a live coverage, because well, they say no big no proof. So you have to, if you get a big win, then definitely it is the win is made special if people see how you did it, and how strong were you in the race. And definitely at the end of every season, a lot of riders are contacting and doing negotiations with different teams to get a contract for next year, so even this live coverage could help somebody in this race if they are negotiating a contract for next year. If some agents, if some directors sportifs see what they have done, or what are they doing in this race, then it could be a possibility to go one step further in those contract negotiations. So it is so important. But here the riders are slowly being guided out of town. It was pretty hectic at one point. Those roundabouts, and the roundabouts had a lot of cars parked everywhere on the road, so hopefully everybody is staying safe. Fortunately, as this is a ceremonial start, so things are raced very easily, and this is for safety reasons, all of these ceremonial starts, because it is logistically so much easier to do a start in the center part of the town. And of course also regarding spectators and so on, it is important to have a possibility to do the start and finish area somewhere where people can easily access, but of course it is usually more technical those city centers, because a lot of road furniture, a lot of parked cars, a lot of narrow roads, so nothing super safe for the riders. So yeah, this is the norm, that every bigger race has a ceremonial start, that they are guided out from the town all together, and then they when they get to a bigger road, and then they will be given the actual technical start, where they can start properly racing, properly attacking. And we know that all of these 25 team riders like to attack, so we will definitely have a proper race on our hands today. Yesterday, a lot of attacks from the start, but the craziest stage was definitely stage 1, where we had 200 kilometer stage, and it was raced 49 kilometers per hour. So today 200 kilometers in 4 hours and 4 minutes. So that was crazy speed. That was World Tour level speed by these mostly continental team riders, and half of these guys are even not in the continental teams. They are in elite amateur teams in their respective countries. So this just shows you how big of how high of the level of riders, of racers is in this Baltic Chain Tour 2023. All the best also to all of our Estonian riders, because today is the Estonian National Independence Day, so a big party in Estonia for the 20th of August. And also this, of course, the history behind this race, the Baltic Chain Tour, is the history goes back to back a long way, and this is of course commemorating the Baltic Way, the Baltic Chain that the 3 Baltic states had on 23rd of August 1989, where we were really close to get independent, re-independent, and all of those three countries, the Baltic states, they formed a big human chain between three countries to show their will to be independent and to break away from the Soviet occupation. Unfortunately, all of those three countries got re-independent in 1991, and the Soviet Union collapsed. So this is commemorating the three Baltic states regaining independence, and this is a race with a big history, a big story behind it, not just a cycling race. But here we see that we should have the technical start, but there is some problems. Usually there is a case that if somebody had some technical issues in the ceremonial start and they had to stop, then the commissars put the whole peloton on hold, so the people, the riders that had some difficulties could come back, and the pack could start the technical start all together. So, but I haven't seen at the back of the group was there some difficulties or not, but it doesn't matter, because these riders are now given the start, and we have the official technical start been given for the stage 3 of Baltic Chain Tour 2023, and we have our first attack, and the first attack has gone from ATT Investment. Mateusz Stošek, the Slovakian champion, did his first attack, and well, if we talk a little bit about teams and about ATT Investment, then they have had a pretty not a very satisfying tour. I think they haven't had any podium places in this tour. First stage it was Mikkel Räim out of top 10, and yesterday Mateusz Stošek 5th in the stage. So yeah, on paper they had a very strong team, but they haven't really had an effect on this race thus far. So they, I think, would like to make a little bit of amends for this in this stage 3. We'll see if that happens or not. Today I think it's very hard for the breakaway to get away. Because it is such a easy stage on the profile wise, and also we don't have any wind, and there is Team Estonia definitely wants to really control today to get a punch finish for right arm, and probably I think there are a few other teams that would like to go for the sprint finish. Mostly I think Maloja Push Bikers for Filippo 14. He is at this moment only 20 seconds from the lead of the general classification, so, and he is probably one of the fastest sprinters here. So definitely Filippo 14 and Maloja Push Bikers probably would like to have a sprint finish today. The same goes for like Kaunas cycling team and probably Voltas also. I think one team that would like to attack is probably UNOX, their development team. They had a real ball yesterday. They lighted it up with the Tartu 2024 team, and it was from UNOX, Daniel Arnes, and from Tartu 2024, Markus Bayer, who were the two guys in the general classification that really went for the stage and for the general classification really far from the finish, and they made everybody's life super difficult yesterday, but they didn't have the chance to actually break the ice between or break the elastic between the peloton and the breakaway group. At some point they had 1 minute and 30 seconds on the bunch, but the bunch was controlled mostly by Team Estonia and also Alpes in the Königs Quickstep. And they eventually brought back the breakaway group, and of course then at that point Markus Bayer and also Daniel Arnes were just so depleted of energy that they didn't have any much in their legs to really go for the stage win from the peloton, because there was a lot of fresher guys in there. But here, yes, 156 kilometers today. The riders have already raced 3 kilometers. We have like the 2 other stages. We have 3 intermediate sprints in this stage. So if the first one comes with 121 kilometers to go, so in 30 kilometers, the second one will be 94.6 kilometers
We're here
to go.
With Chris Wouters from Alpes in the König development team, Director Sportif. You have 2 guys in top 6 in general classification stage, victory yesterday. Quite a solid performance so far. What were your expectations and goals before Baltic Chain Tour this year?
Every race we're gonna go, we try to win a stage in the tour, and then we try to win, of course, the GC. But that's not always possible, but this is the goal. We set a plan, we go into the race, make a plan, and go into race and try to execute it.
Yesterday the stage was maybe the most suitable for you, and also the results showed it. What do you think about today's stage in Lithuania? That's quite a flat and maybe open to wind, but there's not so much wind. What do you think it's going to happen today?
I think the Estonian national team will try to let go a break, so that all the bonies are gone, and then we cannot win anymore if the bonies are gone. So yeah, we have a plan, and we will try to execute it and still to try to win the GC.
Do you think Henri Uhlig is good sprinter to win a stage here for like Estonian national team has also lots of sprinters? Do you think they have a chance?
Yeah, of course. If you go into the race, you make a plan and you try to execute it, because Henry is fast, but we also have some other riders which are fast, so we have more horses to play.
Sounds good. Good luck for you.
Thank you. Thanks.
That was Alpes in the Königs development team's Director Sportif. He talked a little bit about the chances today. It's nice to hear that the team in the who has the rider for second in GC is going to go, that they have a concrete plan for today, and they really would like to still win this race outright with Henri Uhlig, who is only 2 seconds from the lead of this race. So it means that he only needs 1 intermediate sprint win, because 1 intermediate sprint win would give him 3 bonus seconds, and then he would be leading the classification by 1 second in front of right arm. It's a tall ask to have, because the Team Estonia riders are super strong, and they have a really packed team in this race, and they will definitely try to control it. The Director Sportif from the König said that probably the tactic would be to let a breakaway go that isn't really like dangerous in the general classification. So riders who have lost time in the 2 stages, that they would like to, that the Team Estonia would like to have a little breakaway go off the road to get all of the bonus seconds in those 3 intermediate sprints, and then they would like to go for a stage win with one of their riders at the end. But of course, for Alpes, and this isn't an ideal situation, they would like to try to contest those intermediate sprints with Henri Uhlig, and also why not the final sprint to the line in the finish here in Panevėžys, because that gives you a lot more seconds. It gives you 10, 6 and 4 seconds on the finish line. So even there could be a possibility if we would have a punch sprint and Henry Hulik is third in the punch sprint and right arm is not on the podium in today's stage, then Henry Hulik could win this tour. So it is very interesting final for our tour today, for our tour this year. It is always very tight, this race. Last year right arm won with 1 second in front of Martin Laas, so this time he has twice as a big lead going into the last stage. So, but last year, of course, Martin Laas was also right arm's teammate. But this time it's the opposite. They have a very strong German guy from a very strong Belgian team from Alpes Königs in second place in the GC. So they will try to fight as much as they can to break Team Estonia's spirit and break their legs today before the finish line to have a possibility to go for the win. But here we have at the front of the race a 6-rider breakaway trying to form. They have a little gap on the bunch. There is, I saw from ATT Investment. It is Mikkel Reim, who is in very good spot in the general classification. He is only losing 2 minutes 12 seconds, so he is in 19th place, so he has a possibility to shoot up. He is not very dangerous in the general classification standing, but still he has a chance to get a better place if they could get a gap with a breakaway. But he's also a very fast sprinter here, and we can see that ATT Investment definitely has a plan for today to attack. The first attack came from their team also. Now it's Mikkel Reim on the front foot, putting the hurt on everybody. So as I told, ATT Investment last few stages have been really disappointing. Only I think a stage win today would make their tour successful. I think everything other is concluding that they just didn't have a very on form team here, or they just had some tactical problems in the race that they didn't get in the right moves with the right riders. So they definitely now have something to prove in the stage 3 of Baltic Chain Tour. But that move was brought back, and now we have more and more attacks going off the front. As the Alpes in the Königs development team, Director Sportive, said that for the lead team, for Team Estonia, it is the best chance would be to have a small breakaway. So, and when I talk small, that means like 3 to 5 riders, maximum 6 riders going off the front, because a breakaway with that size is so much easier to control than a 10-rider breakaway. Yesterday we had a 12-rider breakaway going away, and it was very hard to control. They spent pretty much their whole Team Estonia to control the race yesterday, and it was really touch and go, and they only got the remaining breakaway back, so 4 kilometers from the finish. So it was on a knife edge at some point. So you would like a smaller breakaway going away, because 3 to 5 riders to control is pretty easy with a big peloton that we have in this race. So at this moment, this 3-rider breakaway looks to be ideal for Team Estonia, but yeah, again, more riders are trying to attack from the group to get into the breakaway. So yeah, Team Estonian just would try to block the road here. It has been even done in bigger races in the World Tour, where a few teams go on the front and block the road to let the breakaway go, a small breakaway go. So it is just pure tactics, and they are doing this pretty well at this moment. So a 3-rider breakaway trying to go clear, 1 rider chasing them, and then the peloton comes. I don't see the riders yet, but we can see a lot of nice forests here in Lithuania. All of the Baltic states has a lot of forests, and a lot of untouched nature, as you would say, like really green countryside with not a lot of not a lot of people around. So the density of people is really small, and yeah, your nearest neighbors could be 1-2 kilometers away. So a lot of privacy in the Baltic states, and yeah, a lot of nice countryside with cool forests where you can at this time of the year you can go hunt for mushrooms and so on, for berries and stuff. So it's a nice place to go, just have a walk in the woods and turn everything off. So definitely do this when you are in the Baltic states. This is now a 4-man breakaway going off the front. We don't. The gap looks to be pretty handy already. So if this really forms, yes, now we have the confirmation of the riders also. Kaspersen, Makogan, Hellerup, Gustav Lorentzen. So we have, yes, yesterday's second rider, Malte Hellerup, is here, who is yeah, in the general classification he is not very up in the standing. He is 23rd, 3 minutes and 4 seconds adrift, but he is definitely the best placed rider in the general classification in this race. And I think yesterday his second place in the stage was a little bit of surprise for a lot of, especially for me, because yeah, Team Aalborg they chased a little bit in the stage, but they didn't show their cards too much in the stage. But that's why Hellerup was that good. He was guided very well by his team, protected by his team for the last climb, and he did a nice sprint there. Only Henry Hulik was better in the stage. So definitely Aalborg, Sparkassen, Denmark team had a very good race yesterday, and I think they should have been very happy about the second place on stage 2. Malte Hellerup is also a very young guy, just came up from the ranks of the juniors, 19-year-old rider from Denmark, Aalborg. So he has mostly ridden national races in Denmark this year, but last year he had a good calendar of very high-end junior races. Even Kostelebai juniors, so that is recalled pretty much the Tour de France for the juniors. So a good race in that tour. Also also some nice tours in Belgium and in France last year, in the junior ranks, representing team Denmark. So Hellerup is definitely again one of the up and coming stars from Denmark, a country that is pretty much one of the best cycling nations now on the planet, with of course Tour de France winners. They just had the pro race Tour of Denmark, and it finished yesterday, where the really on form Danish guys took the wins. Mats Pedersen in front of Mathias Kjellmose. They had a time trial at the end of the Tour of Denmark, and sprinter Mats Pedersen even won that. So Mats Pedersen is in super form. And definitely the Danish guys will have a lot more wins at the end of this season. The Vuelta is starting soon, and Jonas Vingegaard, the Tour de France winner, is also going there. So I think we will have the Danish cycling fans will have something to celebrate still this year. Maybe not even, maybe just also today, with a lot of good Danish riders here in this Baltic Chain Tour, and the Malte Hellerup is in this breakaway at the moment. We see on the front of the peloton there is still, if I told you a few minutes ago that it looked a bit too easy to form this breakaway, then you can see that the front of the peloton isn't, they haven't given up, so a lot of counter-attacks coming from there. They haven't just breached the gap, but it looks to be that it is a matter of time when they do it, because a lot of attacks going on from the front of the group. The road is pretty narrow, and we just got the info also from the radar tour that there has been some crashes, and we have Hendrik now.
So hello from Lithuania. The start is on. We have been racing about 18 kilometers exactly. Average speed is 50 kilometers plus. So guys are really motivated. I just wanted to comment on those roads here, the Lithuanian style roads, that there is asphalt road, but on the both side of the edges there is like a 1 meter gravel section, and the asphalt edge is like a really tricky one. So I've heard that there's been a crash in the peloton, and I'm not surprised, because if you are gonna get into this gravel section, it can be tricky, and if you don't have specific cyclocross skills, it can be difficult. Thank you from the road.
That was Henrik Punso, our live moto commentator from the road of Lithuania, and yeah, he really gave us a good insight. And also, if you see the road on the left and right hand side, it is narrow, and it's the road just ends at some point as it goes on for a meter or so with a gravel section, and the ending of the road is really sharp also. So if there is some budging and bumping in the peloton, and somebody is being pushed out on the road or pushed to the side of the road, then it's very easy to have a crash or to have a problem there when you go on the gravel section. And here we have again Mikael Reim going on the attack now solo. He definitely would like to have some company, but a very active start from Mikael and from AT investment team. As I told, they need to make something. They need to get something from this tour. They don't have anything at this moment. They want points. They want points in the continental standing. So they need a rider in the breakaway. they need a rider today on the podium, and they're really going in the search for that. Hendrik also told that the first, now it's 20 kilometers being ridden, and it's 50 kilometers per hour, the first race, the first 20 kilometers, so really fast again, fast start for this stage 3, and it doesn't look to be that it's slowing down, because we have again more and more attacks coming from the right hand side, from the CCN factory racing Georgia. This team only has now 3 riders in the race, but we have one team that only has now 1 rider in the race, so CLN cycling team only has 2-3 Jolidon in the race, so nothing perfect for them, but Jolidon has to take the full leadership of his team in this race, and try to make something good for him as a lone rider in the stage 3 Baltic Chain Tour 2023. Again, we have a little group going off the front with a small gap, but it's and the front of the group is really strong out, so this again shows you that the pace is on. Everybody is on the rivet, everybody is searching for a place in the peloton. Do you have some more shelter from the wind? But it is very hard, of course, to get some shelter from the wind in this race, because on these narrow roads it all is twisting and turning right and left, so you have to choose your position well, and if you want to attack, then you have to be in a very good position on the road to be able to react to attacks coming from left or right, because if you're 20 wheel back from the front of the peloton, then you can't just squeeze through. Of course, maybe if you're Peter Sagan or Matthew Vanderpool, then you can do it, but normal riders like these riders here, you have to have a little you have to have a good position to react to all of the attacks that are happening. And here you can see a very nice shot from the drone of the situation on the road here. It is Alpes in the Königs now, also pushing to pace with CCN cycling team, rider from a German national team, and also Tartu 2024 is now near the front. So all of these guys would like to get into the breakaway. There I can see also a few Team Estonia riders coming towards the front of the peloton with Norman Vahtra and Martin Laas. They would like to control it, as we've been told that they would like to have a little breakaway go off the front to take away the bonus seconds of the intermediate sprint. But of course, Alpes in the Königs has other plans. They would like to contest the intermediate sprint with Henry Hulik. If Henry would win the one intermediate sprint, then he would get 3 bonus seconds, and he would shoot up in the general classification standings to the leader, the virtual leader on the road. We'll see if that happens or not, but one is certain that we will have a big fight between 2 big teams, Team Estonia and Alpes in the Königs development team. Now we had a nice breakaway going off the front, 4 riders. It's Mikael Reim from AT Investment, then a rider from German national team, and also it looks to be is it Ceramic Speed Herning also has a rider in there. This is number 32, Peter Glabosch. He looks to be that he had some problems. Let's see, he doesn't look to be that he has crashed. No wounds on the leg or hand, maybe just a technical problem with the bike or wheel change, but probably he will get back to the bunch using the cars as much as possible in the convoy at the back of the peloton to get back into the peloton. So of course he was a very experienced rider, so he knows how to get back to the peloton with as less of energy as possible. So here we have at the front of the bunch. It is grouped up now. All riders are across the road, and yeah, 2 Estonian national team riders are just on the front of the bunch, a little bit blocking the road, not letting anybody go more off the front of the race. So good tactics from Team Estonia. Here we have this 4-man breakaway group going away from the peloton. There is Michael Rein there from ATT Investment. We don't see the other. I can't recognize the other riders just yet, but soon we will have confirmation. But it's definitely one rider from national team Germany, but the other 2 riders are still to be confirmed. But we will have that definitely that confirmation in as soon as possible. But yeah, the leading riders for today are, as I told, as we have seen, the yellow jersey is still being worn by right arm from the Estonian national team. He is leading that classification. The most competitive rider jersey, the red jersey, is being worn by Henry Ulik. So all of Henry's fans, you don't find him in the peloton with his Alpes and the Königs development team jersey, but you will find him with a red jersey on today. The most active rider, so the intermediate sprint standing leader, is Markus Pajur with 6 points. He is on the same tally with Norman Vahtra in that standing, with who also has 6 points. So there is still a possibility for a lot of riders to get that standing for their own good. And the most young riders jersey, the white jersey, that is being given to riders who are born after 1st of January 2001, so really young riders in this race. That jersey should be worn by Henry Hulik, but he already is wearing the most competitive rider jersey, so this jersey is being worn by Victor Lishu, a Swedish rider from Svealand cycling team, who is second in that standing. So he is keeping the white jersey in good hands for Henry Hulik in today's stage. But yeah, and also the teams, the general classification for team standing is being led by UNX, their development team, and they did a superb race yesterday with Daniel Arnes and also Prince Ryd. Prince Ryd is still in a good place in the general classification. So UNX have had a good race, a second place in stage 2, and also yesterday in stage in the first stage they had second place, and yesterday they had third place in the stage with Mats Landbo. So they have had a very successful tour thus far in the general classification. If there would be something big happening, they could have a chance to still go for a good general classification standing, but at this moment they are, I think, more focused on the stage win, because in the general classification they're best man is Magnus Brunsrud in 9th place, 45 seconds back from the lead, and then second their team is Daniel Arnes, who is now 15th in the general classification, 1 minute and 6 minutes, 1 minute and 6 seconds behind Right Arm. But here you can see the situation on the road. So we had this 4-man breakaway off the front, but now we have a bigger bigger chasing group of 6 or 7 riders chasing these 4 riders, and then we have a small gap, and then the peloton comes. So I think this group, I don't see the composition of that chasing group yet. I see that it's definitely Rokas Adomaitis, the Lithuanian champion, now going full gas on the front of that chasing group. There is also his teammate Siim Kiskonen there. I see Maloja Push Bikers, a rider there. CCN cycling team has a rider there also. Aalborg. Aalborg is, they have really, I haven't talked them up a lot in this race, but Aalborg Sparkassen Denmark has had a very good tour actually. They have really, in the general classification, okay, they have a rider in 11th place, Oscar Munk Olsen, but yes, yesterday 2nd place in the stage, so they have had a very good tour, the Aalborg Sparkassen Denmark club from Denmark. So this is the head of the race: Rokas Adomaitis, Siim Kiskonen from Tartu, Mikkel Reim from ATT Investment, Matthias Malberg from Jaakko Sylenka, Malte Hellerup, Joachim Frevjord, also from Q141 from NCF Region Sur team. So a big group forming here and in this race. And yeah, it looks to be that the best placed man here is that it is the Aalborg Sparkassen rider, 3 minutes and 4 seconds from the lead, and also yes, Mikkel Reim, who is 2 minutes from the lead. And we have from Tartu, it's Siim Kiskonen, 3 minutes 14 seconds. So a few riders that are in good position in the general classification, not in super dangerous, but it's a good group of guys, and I think a lot of other teams would like to go for the stage win. So I think they won't like to let this breakaway go just yet. So definitely one team that would like to get this breakaway back is Alpecin de Koenig's team. So they want bonus seconds from the intermediate sprint, but with this big group going away, all of the bonus seconds are going away also. Alpecin de Koenig doesn't have anybody in this group. We'll see if they are chasing on the front of the bunch, and yes, they are. Alpecin de Koenig is chasing hard on the front of the peloton, and the whole Estonian national team is at the back of the Alpecin de Koenig guys in the peloton. So they really would like to get this breakaway back, and one rider now from Alpecin de Koenig attacked from the peloton to bridge the gap to the front of the race. They have a plan, and they are trying to execute it as good as possible. One rider was just shoved off on the right hand side of the peloton. Also there we saw a little bunny hop from Team Estonia rider from Norman Vastra, jumping probably over some pothole or something like that. But this one Alpecin de Koenig rider is now, he really nicely used that motorbike into his advantage, and is already closing in on this breakaway group. So Alpecin de Koenig, would have liked to bring this breakaway back to have Henry Ulik a chance to go for the intermediate sprint, but they now saw that it is a bit too big. Let's just put a rider in there, and maybe then other teams will have to chase now this breakaway group, because and they put David van der Poel in here, who is very dangerous in the general classification. So 32 seconds from the lead, he's the David van der Poel. So this is a nice move from Alpes in the Königs guys. This is very nice. We have a race on our hand, because David van der Poel is only 6th in the general classification standings, 32 seconds from the lead, and he is now in this front group just cruising around here, and this means that the national team of Estonia has to chase this town, because David van der Poel is a dangerous rider here. And this was, I think, this was a bit of a miscommunication from, I think, national team Estonia riders, because they saw it was a lone rider from Alpes and Königs development team attacking on the front, and the Estonian national team had the whole team on the front of the race. They should have put somebody in there also. But now they're forced to chase at the back of the road. Mikael Räim is here. He's telling the other riders how to ride the carousel here, like where do you have to be. He is showing other riders how to do this, how to be the most productive in riding in this group. Shaking his head a little bit. He is very experienced, Mikael Räim. Now we see Siim Kiskonen attacking from this group for some reason. We don't know if he just saw that this group isn't really cooperating, and he wants to make this group a little bit smaller, or is he going for the intermediate sprint? It might just be that he is going for the intermediate sprint, and here we see that Siim Kiskonen is winning this intermediate sprint in front of. It looked to be that Hellerup from Aalborg, Sparkassen, definitely contested that sprint with a rider from CCN Factory Racing Team. It looked to be, I didn't see who was second or third. It was Hellerup was definitely there on the podium, and Siim Kiskonen won that intermediate sprint. But he definitely did it. So any other team rider would get the intermediate sprint points, because his teammate Markus Bayer is in the lead in that standing. So a nice move from Tartu 2024 team rider Siim Kiskonen in this intermediate sprint, winning that very comfortably in front of his breakaway companions. But it would be now nice to see what is the situation. A few riders pumping fists here. They are really happy that they got into this breakaway group, and it looked to be a bunch of riders from Denmark, from different teams, pushing fists together. That okay. We did the first thing. We are in the breakaway. Now the real fun starts, because now we have to drive it. We have to drive it as much as possible to get a big lead on the peloton, that we could have a chance to go for the win in today's race. Mikael Räim is in very good mood, chatting with his companions in this group. And here we have the confirmation. This is Rokas Adomaitis, Siim Kiskonen, Mikael Räim, David van der Poel, Mattias Malberg, number 56. 175. We have Siljan Korva from CCN Factory team, and 241 also from NCF region. So a big group of riders and a big gap on the peloton already. It looks to be that it's easily more than 30 seconds, maybe even more. So this is a very dangerous move, and this move is being made dangerous by David van der Poel. And yes, you heard it right, the Van der Poel. It is not that Matthew van der Poel, but it is his brother. His older brother, David van der Poel, who has a lot of experience under his belt, and he's trying to do something that his younger brother did in 2014, and that was winning this Baltic Chain Tour that year. So David van der Poel would like to do the same thing. He is the best placed rider in the general classification in this group, so he's only 32 seconds from the lead and 6th place. So, and of course 185. Hellerup was second yesterday, so very good form on him also. 56 is from Maloja Push Bikers. It is Malberg, who is also in good possibility for overall standing. So now the commissar probably is saying the gap for the breakaway companions or the breakaway riders. What is the gap here? We have also 102 Cautier from EcoFlow Kronos, a Canadian rider here. 194. We have Alprechten from Ceramic Speed Herning, CK. Nice ride from their team. Number 76, we have Januszkiewicz from Volta's team. So a lot of teams are represented here. I think we have two big losers here, and it is of course national team Estonia that has to really bring this group back because they have their overall lead is going away with this breakaway group. But we have also I think one big loser is also UNX, their development team. They have raced the first stages very actively, but in this move they don't have anybody in there, and I haven't seen any riders of the UNX, their development team, going on the attack in the first part of today's stage. So it looks to be that they have a bit of a different tactic regarding this stage 3 today than they have had the last two stages where they have raced very attackively. Today it looks to be that they are more focused on the latter parts of the stage to go maybe in the attack in the last kilometers of the stage, but that before they will just try to look at the what the other teams do and let them like fight it between themselves, national team Estonia and Alpecin, the Königs riders, and then maybe they could those two big teams could just like spend themselves as much as possible, and then at the end they could try to go for the win with their riders. It looks to be the tactic for UNX, their development team today. Let's see if that works out or not. It might be just that we have such a strong breakaway going away with a 40-second lead already in front of the peloton that looking just back of the peloton, that you might have a situation where you don't have the possibility to even contest for the win because the stage win is just riding off in the breakaway group in front of you. So let's see what happens. Here we have this breakaway group on our screen. This is Siim Kiskonen, number 23 from Tartu 2024 team. He has had a very good season, the stage and the general classification win in Poland Solidarnosc Tour. Here we see Gleb Karpenko in front of the group here from national team Estonia, and we can see that he has crashed. His right shoulder is really really dirty. He has been in some kind of a ditch already, so that is a big problem for national team Estonia. You can see that Gleb Karpenko is already a little bit suffering. He is grimacing on his face, and it's not easy for him. Maybe he had some kind of an injury in the crash already, so this is a big blow for national team Estonia. If they have some issues with their small team, because yeah, we have only 6 rider teams here, so you have Right Arm has 5 riders to control the race, and there is almost a 15 guy breakaway going off the front, so to control a 15 man breakaway with 5 men, with 1 man already crashed and definitely lost a lot of power in that crash and coming back to the group, so it isn't ideal for national team Estonia. They have a long day on the front of the peloton here. It is weird that we can see also slotted between the national team Estonia riders, we have Maloja push bikers for some reason also doing work on the front of the peloton, but they have actually 1 rider in the breakaway group. They have Malberg in the breakaway group, but we saw that he only sat on the breakaway group, so he didn't have any he didn't want to contribute to this breakaway group, Malberg, but they have interesting tactics. Maybe they are not really confident in Malberg's possibility to in this breakaway group, so they are working in front of the peloton to bring this group back. But I think this isn't an easy task to do, because this group is going with a very fast pace. Here we see Mikael Ram, number 31 from AT investment team, Czech Continental team, a very good team. Mikael again talking to his breakaway companions that you can see that the wind is coming from the left hand side, so let's do turns on the right hand side. So his experience is really, he is putting his experience to good play in that breakaway group to make it as efficient as possible. Here at the back of the peloton, a pretty easy ride here, 103. Goldstein here, he had a long day in the breakaway yesterday. Definitely a little bit of sore legs for him, bringing bidons to his teammates. At the back also we see 203, Friedelund, and the whole pretty much the Kieka Sif team was at the back of the bunch with 4 guys just chilling there, looking at the fight between 2 big teams in the rear seat of the vehicle. At this moment they are not going to attack at this point. They just would like that the Team Estonia and Albers and the Königs guys would fight between themselves at the first part of today's stage to make both of those teams a little bit weaker, so that they could go in the attack at the right place at the end of the stage. So yeah, with 4 riders only in this race for them, they don't have to do a lot at this point. But here we can see at the front of the peloton it is national team Estonia controlling the pace here. Romet Bajor is giving a lot of energy in front of the peloton to keep the breakaway in sight. He's riding for continental team Lotto Kernhaus, so a German feeder team for Pora Hansgrohe World Tour team. So he had a very good season in the junior ranks, but he's a little bit struggling in the elite field today in this race. So hopefully he will get things sorted out and have his progression as a rider go on in the next few years. But we already the difference between this breakaway group and the peloton is coming down. It's already only 22 seconds. So if these riders would like to get away in the race, they really have to up the pace now. They have to find common language. And hi, we're back in this stage 3 of Baltic Chain Tour 2023 after a small commercial break showing us nice sights and from Lithuania and all of our sponsors for this race, also nice sights from Panevėžys, from a Lithuanian city that is really it's a beautiful city full of culture and cool people, and of course, as I told you, the main thing is the Cedo Arena where the cycling track is. So there even was this track cycling league race being held there just a year ago, which brought all of the best track cyclists in the world to Lithuania. So that was a big event in this race, and we as Baltic countries are really proud that we have this Cedo Arena of a cycling track in our good Lithuanian country. So it is very good. The situation on the road is still that we have a very dangerous breakaway of 15 riders off the front. Here we have a replay of some event in this group here. And we see that there is some talk between the national team Estonian riders, between them. The situation is that, yes, 18 seconds between the peloton and also the breakaway, and we have now also Kiekasif putting a rider on the front to bring this breakaway back. So three teams are doing their fair share of the work on the head of this race. So Maloja Push Bikers, Team Estonia, and also Kiekasif. I don't really understand why is Maloja Push Bikers doing so much work on the front, because they have a man in the front. Of course, yes, their place in the general classification of Filippo 14 is being overlapped by David van der Poel, but it isn't their fight at this moment. At least 107 kilometers still left in the race. So if I would be a Maloja Push Bikers director sportif, then I would really try to lean on National Team Estonia and just try to spend their team and then see what is the situation on the road in the latter parts, in the last 50 kilometers of the stage. If it's still a breakaway off the front, then go maybe help them, or then even try to attack from the bunch. So I think Maloja Push Bikers is doing a bit too much at the front of the peloton, especially if you see this breakaway group and the Maloja Push Biker rider Malberg is now taking a turn on the front. So there's a situation where one Maloja Push Bikers rider is trying to get away from other chasing Maloja Push Bikers riders. So not good tactics for them, I think, at this moment. They maybe are a bit too hastily, too nervous, a little bit. I would definitely lean a lot more on the national team Estonia riders to let their team ride this out, because that would benefit them also at the end of today's stage. If Wright Armand and Martin Laas wouldn't have a big sprint train in their disposal, because they spent all of their forces here chasing this first breakaway group, so I wouldn't help them, but for some reason they are helping them. We also see that the Scorpions team is now on the front of the bunch, trying to get this back. So yeah, now three teams are really chasing this breakaway group. So Scorpions, Kiekasif, Maloja Push Bikers, and National Team Estonia, and also CCN cycling team is now coming to help these riders here. A little talk between National Team Estonia riders and the CCN guys. The gap is 19 seconds. So it is holding steady, but it isn't comfortable for the breakaway. 15 seconds now even. They are bringing it back. Gleb Karpenko here, he looked to be that he had a crash at the start of today's stage. Now he's back at the back of the bunch, getting some nutrition, some stuff from the car, bring it up to his teammates, and maybe a little chat also with the team car about the situation on the road. How can we make the best out of this situation? This isn't ideal, because the Alpecin has an upper hand at this moment, a 14-second lead for a group that is containing David van der Poel. So this is very interesting, and we have an intermediate sprint coming up in 13 kilometers also. So that means that, even 10 kilometers. So even if this group is being brought back in the next 5 to 10 kilometers, then we will have again next big objective for the Alpes and the Königs guys to win that intermediate sprint with Henry Hulik, because if they would win it, then Henry Hulik would be the virtual leader on the road of this today's stage. So they have they are really racing well, this Alpes and the Königs guys. Martin Lash is showing to Kekasif that let's take it easy. Let's hold the pace with the group. I think again, the ideal situation for national team Estonia would be that they would leave this breakaway out with a 15-20 second lead over the intermediate sprint, and then bring them back. Because if they will catch the breakaway group before the intermediate sprint, then there would be a full gas attack from the Maloja Bushbikers. Malberger is looking back and shaking his head, probably sees that for some reason his teammates are chasing him down. He doesn't know, he doesn't understand also why are they doing this, because this isn't, I am not understanding this also, but for some reason Maloja Bushbikers is doing that and putting a lot of guys on the front of the peloton to bring this breakaway back. But these guys are working well together. But yeah, as I told, probably the ideal situation for national team Estonia would be to leave this group over the intermediate sprint and then bring it back, because then there wouldn't be a possibility for Henry Ulik to get bonus seconds in this intermediate sprint, and then they would only have one last intermediate sprint in today's stage that will come 40 kilometers from the finish. So yeah, then one like crisis would be averted, and they would be more closer to the finish with the situation that Right Arm is the leader of the race. So it's interesting to see what will happen here. Now it's Romet Pajur from National Team Estonia on the front of the group. But it's interesting that Team Estonia, who should be the main team controlling the race, has only one rider at the front of the peloton, but other teams as CCN cycling team, as Maloja Bushbikers has two. So it's these guys are really eager to do a job. 106 kilometers still the race, and they are trying to bring this gap down. But now it has gone up. It's 27 seconds. So again, it doesn't look to be that the peloton has really slowed down. It's more of a fact, I think, that the breakaway has put another gear in and doing their thing at the front of the peloton. So they have found a little bit more common language between them, and they are working really well in the breakaway group. We will soon have a little interview with the number 61, Lažinis, a Lithuanian rider who was yesterday Venantas Lažinis from Kaunas cycling team. He was yesterday 4th place, and at this moment he, in the general classification, is not a big threat, but in 24th place. Venantas Lažinis, we will have a little insight of his day yesterday and what is Kaunas cycling team's plans for today. But this is the peloton. In front of the peloton, they have slowed a little bit down. But the Scorpions team doing a pull here. CCN is doing a pull here. Kekasif is doing a pull here. And also, Maloja Bushbikers has a few men here. Svealand cycling team have but also a man in the front of the peloton. So a really big group of riders really trying to keep the breakaway in sight and not letting the gap go too big. Now it's again under 20 seconds, 19 seconds only the gap, so very interesting situation on the road that we have such a hard, such a dangerous breakaway going away. Here we have shots of this breakaway group. Yes, again the formation of this group. The Canadian from Jerome Gauthier. So yes, a 15 rider group off the front, 19 seconds the difference, but win the peloton. A few teams have 2 riders here. Tartu 2024 has 2 riders here. Also Berthold Rad team looks to be that they have 2 riders here. Here we have 76 from yes, Volta's team is here. And yes, 31 Michael Reim and 44. This is the most dangerous guy in this group, David van der Poel, the rider in the 6th place in the general classification, only 32 seconds off the lead of the general classification. At the back here we see 241 Fravjord from NCF Region Sur team having a go also in this breakaway group. Here a little climb, not a climb, bump on the road, I would say.
We're here with Ventas Lašinis from Kaunas cycling team. We are in your home city, Panevėžys. Yesterday you had a good stage, were 4th. What are you expecting from today?
Today will be exciting day. We have a start and finish in my home city, so it's very interesting fight. Yesterday I was 4th. It was amazing performance for us. We overachieved a little bit. What we expect today, of course, maybe a hard race. There is still small gaps for the leaders. We will try to get the stage win if possible. And yeah, we will keep on fighting.
How would you describe today's route?
It will be flat, like Belgium or Netherlands. Nothing too technical, no corners, nothing, like just fast stage probably.
Do you think there is going to be breakaway? Do you want to be in a breakaway as a team, or what do you think it's going to happen in race today?
To be in the breakaway, it's also would be nice. If it's a huge breakaway, it will go to the finish. If it's a small one, it will be caught by the finish line, I think. I don't think that we will get a break immediately, because there are teams that need bonification seconds. So we will try to get those also, if possible. So yeah, all in today.
Good luck, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we heard a little bit from yesterday's 4th place, Ventas Lašinis, a Lithuanian rider from Kaunas cycling team, a local rider in today's race. So he is born and raised in Panevėžys, and now he has a stage here that is starting and finishing in his hometown. So definitely very happy to race on home roads. A little bit of a homegrown or a home advantage for him. Let's see how will Kaunas cycling team and Ventas Lašinis go today. They have high hopes. He said that the 4th place yesterday was an overachievement, and it definitely a little bit was, because for an elite amateur team in this for a Lithuanian amateur team to race with these bigger teams and get a 4th place on the stage, that was a good result for them, of course. So they aren't as professional as I think a bunch of other bigger teams here, so just a good group of amateurs loving racing bikes, and 4th place for them was a big achievement though. But as it says that when you eat, your appetite even grows. So they want to go a bit even better today, and have something to cheer for the home fans in Panevėžys in Lithuania, to even be on the podium, or why not even win the stage today. So with only 4 guys in the race for Kaunas cycling team, it is definitely true that Venantas Lažinis is their team leader, and they have only one team leader, and they are putting all of their money, all of their eggs in one basket, and I think Venantas Lažinis is a good basket to pull on. Here we have again an attack from Siim Kiskonen now. David van der Poel is at the back of him, going for the intermediate sprint, and that was David van der Poel winning that intermediate sprint in front of Siim Kiskonen. So a nice sprint finish here. This intermediate sprint came a little bit earlier than I thought. It should have been 19 kilometers from the finish, but it is okay. So the situation is that now in the standing of the intermediate sprint, it is Siim Kiskonen has now 5 points in that standing, so he's third in that standing. He still has a possibility to win that jersey. And if we take now the GC situation, so David van der Poel got 3 seconds, 3 bonus seconds, so he's 29 seconds from right arm. He hasn't gained a spot in the general classification, but he is now 1 second from the 5th place from Svealand cycling team. So a nice sprint from David van der Poel. I didn't see who the third rider across the intermediate sprint was, but it was a nice move from Siim Kiskonen to again go from afar to attack that intermediate sprint, and that was a nice sprint between those 2 guys. But just David van der Poel, experienced cyclocross rider, had a little bit of a better kick and pushed to the line and got that intermediate sprint under his back. So, but if this breakaway group now still will be at the front of the race when we will get to the last intermediate sprint of today and the last intermediate sprint of this tour, then Siim Kiskonen still has a very good chance to win that jersey, win the green jersey, because at this moment he has 5 points, so he only needs second place in the last intermediate sprint to gain 2 more points, and then he would be on 7 points, and that would give him the jersey. So, well, Siim Kiskonen from Tartu 2024 has now a good chance to win the most active rider jersey, but it definitely the next 50 kilometers everything can happen and will happen. So if this bunch is being brought back, then we will have the Alpes and the Königs guys going all in for Henry Ulik to win that intermediate sprint, because if they will do that, they will win this tour also. So there is a lot of roads still to go, but nice moves from Tartu 2024. They have again raced very actively the first few stages. They both of those days they've gone a little bit short in getting the result that they wanted, especially with Markus Bayer, who is in very good shape. But they have raced their hearts out, and it's nice. But it's Hendrik now from the road.
Hello from the feeding zone, 67 kilometer here. We can see teams are lining up. This is the place where food and drinks are being given. What can we find inside the bag here, Tartu 2024 team?
Main thing today is ice. We have ice socks for the guys, and then sports drink and water, and that's all.
So they don't want to eat too much today?
They basically eat gels, and they put the gels in the pocket, so don't need extra ones here.
Because it's so hot, or why?
Yeah, they don't want eat bars with weather like this, so yeah, gel is more easy to eat.
Makes sense. I would also like to borrow this ice, but yeah, this is a feeding zone, 67 kilometer, waiting for riders here. Thanks.
And that was again our on-hand reporter Hendrik from the feeding zone. A very good insight into actually what does a rider eat in a race like this. It's almost 4 hours on a bike, so you will get hungry. You are riding with a very fast pace, so very high heart rate. You're burning a lot of calories here, 3,000-4,000 calories a stage. So you have to eat something. But has started 2024. Senor said that with this it is pretty hot, so 26 degrees, and then the sun is definitely a little bit even hotter. So a lot of ice packs, and we have seen a lot of guys putting ice socks between their under their shirts to just keep the body temperature down, because if you overheat then you don't recover at all anymore. So that is the main thing. And so with a hot day that we have in Lithuania today, so you have to drink again a lot, drink different things, drinks with electrolyte, with all kinds of salts, and also water. So those are the main things, and then just eat. You don't eat anything really like tough or crunchy or something like that. You eat mostly gels. You get the fast carbohydrates from the gels. Every gel has 20 to 30 grams of carbohydrate. So it's usually the like rule of thumb is in a race like this, in a hard sports event, you should eat like 100 grams of carbohydrates an hour. So that means approximately 3 gels and a little bit of energy drink with also carbohydrates in you, and that should keep you well nutritioned for the stage. So but it's definitely, it is very, you have to be focused on eating. You can't just yeah, you have to think about eating all of the time, especially in a multiple stage race, because if one day you will be like you will deplete all your energy that you won't eat properly, then on the next stage you will pay for that. Your body won't recover. So especially after the stage, you need your protein in ASAP. So after the stage, usually you get your protein shake or something like that immediately after the finish, and then a proper carbohydrate and a protein-rich dinner. And in the morning, a lot of riders even again eat pasta for breakfast. It's a bit weird for normal people that in 8 o'clock in the morning you will eat pasta with olive oil and maybe a little bit of cheese, but it's for big days it's totally common for cyclists to do that. Or it depends on the rider, maybe some porridge or a few sandwiches with usually with some eggs and so on. So, and of course you try to avoid anything new in stage races to eat that you don't want, yeah, something that you haven't eaten or that might digest really badly. I don't know, you don't eat oysters at the evening of a race, so or something like that. So you try to eat stuff that you know that your body can absorb quickly, that you are common to, and that is the most important thing to do. And in this feeding station, yeah, all of the teams have their soigneurs on the side of the road to get bottles there. It is a craft of art to get a bottle from the side of the road when you're traveling at the 50 kilometers per hour. But well, you if you do it for 10-15 times, then you will get a hang of it. But of course, it's a two-way street. The rider has to know how to take the bottle, and of course, the soigneur on the side of the road has to know how are you giving the bottle to the rider, that you won't hold the bottle too firmly, that if the rider will take it, that it like will still feel it, so or you don't let it go. So there is a bit of art in that in giving a bottle and taking a bottle from the side of the road, or a musette. Musette is that little bag that has stuff in it. So yes, it is a thing that you will get a hang of it when you do it in many races. So, but all of these guys have done it for many races in their career, so they should be pretty good at it already. But of course, there are situations in races in the feeding stations where crashes happen because of when a rider doesn't get the bottle and then it falls down on the surface of the road, and it's a 500-700 milliliter bottle. So, and if you ride into that bottle at the 50 k's an hour, then it's a big possibility that you will slide on the bottle and you will crash. So, and unfortunately that has happened in races. So you have to be really attentive in the feeding zone. So, and there's also one other danger, that the soigneurs that give the bottles are too much on the road. So they go too much to the middle of the road. So if a rider goes and he doesn't see the soigneur, so he will. There have been cases where a rider rides into the person that is giving bottles on the side of the road because they are too much on the road. And at some point there was even a possibility that you could that you can run or you can move in the feeding zone, but that was banned. That you can only give bottles and food in the feeding station when you're standing still. So that was a very important rule in cycling, because that made it so much more safer, those feeding zones. But the situation on the road, we can see that not a lot of situation on this road, because a lot of open fields here. The difference between the breakaway group and the peloton is 19 seconds, so it's a really narrow advantage for this breakaway group. They are working well together, but they haven't gotten a big advantage because the peloton is really keeping them on a very short leash, and the roads doesn't really favor the breakaway riders also, because big long roads with big long and straight roads with yeah, like good sight, so you can see the breakaway group up in front, and with 20-30 seconds yeah, you can see that it is near, and it's so much easier mentally to to then chase the breakaway group down. Now we did a right turn, and we will be in an area with a little bit bit more coverage from the wind and from forests, so it should be a bit better situation for these riders to get a bigger advantage on the peloton. Still a lot of teams are chasing hard on the front of the peloton. Here we have the front of the peloton is CCN, Maloja Push Bikers, national team, Team Estonia, and they are holding a very high pace here, and that's why the situation on the road isn't changing a lot. The breakaway group isn't gaining a big advantage, but you can see on this on the front of the peloton, you can see a few guys now grimacing a little more, so there is fatigue coming to them. Now Maloja Push Bikers is talking with each other. What is the situation? Are you maybe you're too fatigued already? Maybe we should leave something back. Yeah, he's now taking a pull or sliding away from the front of the group. The Maloja Push Bikers teammate. We'll see if he slides back into the front of the group to make work or not. And now pictures into the front group will where again this is the biggest conundrum for me. I don't understand the tactics of Maloja Push Bikers. Here is a rider who is riding in a breakaway, and we have multiple riders from his team chasing him down. There has to be a situation where there is just miscommunication, that they don't know that they have a teammate up front, or like even if again if his teammates are chasing him down, he shouldn't do anything in this group. It is a bit weird. Here is 244, a rider from NCF region, Sir Granberg, Sander Granberg, and we have, it looks to be, it was a picture of Christopher Halvorsen winning a race on that car. Maybe I was wrong, but it looked like that. I don't know all of the Norwegian riders, but I'm a big fan of them, so it looked to be that it maybe was Christopher Halvorsen there. Well, maybe if somebody knows which team is NCF Region Soar and which rider is on that bike, he can message me, but it looked to be maybe Christopher Halvorsen. But this peloton is controlled by Team Estonia, Roman Bayer on the front, Team Scorpions there. Maloja Push Biker still has one rider in the in the front of the peloton to bring this breakaway back. We also see now that we have one extra rider from Latvian national team in P5. It looks to be trying to chase down the breakaway. So Team Latvia also think that they have a good chance to have a win today. So we'll see if the work that they are doing on the front will give them a good result at the end of the stage or not. But the peloton is slowing down because the gap between the peloton and the breakaway group is now more than 30 seconds. So 36 seconds if this graphic is right, and that this is now, it hasn't been this big. It was at first, it was almost 40 seconds, but it hasn't been over 30 seconds in the last 20 kilometers. So this is now the elastic between the front group and the peloton is now going more in the favor of this breakaway group and more in the favor of this guy, David van der Poel, number 44 from Alpecin de Koenig's development team, only 32 seconds off the lead of the race, and he has a good chance to put pressure on Team Estonia, put pressure on the leader right arm, and they are really doing this very well, putting this pressure on the leader team and on the leader rider, because they have also a guy, Henry Hulik, who is second in the team, second in the general classification. So this is very good situation for Alpecin de Koenigs. It was a perfect move, and this looked to be that it was fully planned from them. And I thought before today's stage, what could be the plan? Like, what could they do to really put pressure on Team Estonia? And they have done the most perfect thing possible. This move by David van der Poel is giving so much more of a chance for Henry Hulik to fight for the general classification win in this year's Baltic Chain Tour. We should shortly have an interview with Gediminas Bagdonas, the director sportif for Tartu 2024 team. Here we have 175. This is Silan Korva from CCN Factory Racing Georgia team, Finnish guy in that team. Good. Here we have 241. A lot of sun screen on his arms and also face for 241 Frafjord. Well, for Nordic people coming from Norway, Sweden.
Here with Gediminas Bagdonas, Director Sportif of Tartu 2024. You've had quite a good race so far. You've been very active. You've been in a picture all the time. Yesterday, at one point, you had a very, very good situation, but in the end, not the result. What do you think about yesterday?
About yesterday, yeah, it's be really, really nice breakaway. Of course, I don't want to put Pajur and a meeting. I say Pajur need to stay in peloton and then waiting a bond sprint, because yesterday he had a good chance for victory. I want to put yesterday only Alex and Aus. Then it's be really perfect. Then I need again work other team. Like yesterday saw it, this be planned. But yeah, then Pajur also be really strong, is being breakaway and then pulling full gas. And yeah, in the end, it's better maybe stop and waiting peloton than recovery, but yeah, it's wanna go full gas till the end. Yeah, left 3K and catch. It's not good for him, because already be empty legs, and on the sprint is so difficult for him. But for team, yesterday did really good job, and they're really happy, really motivated. Of course, now again empty hands. I hope today it's be better.
Yeah, today is not going to be maybe so perfect for Pajur, but what are your plans, and who is your leader today, or what can happen today? What do you think?
Today, I think so. It's Estonian national team have only 2 seconds, but gap for second place. It's I think so for Estonian team only did normal control. Don't need to really be active, because after 6K be really narrow road and not so good road. Then I think so short normally try to block. I say for us, and guys need to go full gas for breakaway, and then have good chance to today come breakaway, because Estonian team don't want to give it risk, and then I think so we have good chance for today, and plan like this, for Pajur say after yesterday you need a little bit recovery, stay in peloton. If go 10-12 gap, of course you need to also be there, but I think so today be small breakaway coming to the finish, and Pajur needs to stay in group and then to try to finish for sprint. Other guys need to really be active, go to breakaway, push hard, and try to find a victory today. And they really need it, really need it.
You have a good plan, so good luck for you.
Thank you very much.
That was a very honest and open interview with Tartu 2024 Director Sportif Gediminas Bagdonas, and here his riders, Siim Kiskonen here, and there is also Rokas Adomaitis, Lithuanian national champion in this breakaway group of 15 riders. So yeah, they've been really active, but no result thus far. They really need a win today, so they're hoping for, again, maybe for Pajur in the finish, but they have at this moment 2 men in the breakaway, so it's a good chance to really drive the breakaway and go for the win from there. Let's see what happens. Siim Kiskonen looks to be in good form, and of course Rokas Adomaitis is also a national champion of Lithuania, racing in Lithuania for a stage, so probably today he has definitely 10-15 plus power watts so in his legs, because he is in his national champion jersey in front of his home crowd. So I think definitely he has a little bit of a more to give in today's race than he has in the last stages. So we'll see how it goes for Tartu 2024. They deserve something good also from this stage from this stage race. So hopefully they will give us a good fight like Marcus Pajur did yesterday. But here is the front group of the breakaway. 56 seconds now, the difference, and it's again crazy fast. The first hour today was 50 kilometers per hour. So I don't know what's happened with these riders, but this year's Baltic Chain Tour, the average speed of the tour is almost 48 kilometers per hour. It's crazy how fast these guys have ridden. I don't know if all of these guys did a lot of motor pacing before this tour. That's why they were that fast, or they just had some kind of agreement between themselves that let's just ride as fast as possible, because we have a nice we want to get home early, or I don't know what's happening, but these guys are fast. These guys are super fast here, and it's nice to see that all of the 3 stages of this year's Baltic Chain Tour, there has never been a dull moment in the race, or a moment where guys have not stopped fully, but the peloton is looking at each other like, what is the situation? Who wants to make turns on the front? That is never the situation here. All the time, full gas, putting pace on, putting the hurt on other riders. So it's a big spectacle to look this race, to be a spectator in this race. So it is very cool here, and the gap is now still 52 seconds for the 15 guys in the breakaway. CCN cycling team is really really putting a lot of riders on the front of this group for some reason. I don't know what is the reason, but they have a good bunch of riders on the front of the race. So it's a CCN factory team is putting a lot of riders on the front of the race. So lot of Finnish guys in that team, and a lot of experienced Finnish guys. At the all of those guys are, yes. One rider, Johan Nordlund, probably the oldest guy in this race, is 44 years old, but is super fast, a very good rider in very good form, and he has done a lot of good results in different Estonian races this year, and yes, he's racing well in this tour as well. So Johan Nordlund is probably one of the leaders for CCN, and they are on the front, putting the pace on. Actually, I don't understand why, because they don't have a sprinter in their team, but they are still contributing a lot to the chase of the breakaway. Again, I don't see why a lot of teams are doing this, because this should be solely the job of Team Estonia. But fortunately for Team Estonia, they have found a lot of friends that are helping them. So yes, they are having friends that are helping them at the front of this group. And yes, CCN is one team, Maloja Bushbikers is here. Now one other team has with blue jerseys has gone, coming to help them as well. And yeah, the Team Latvia rider is here, sole Latvian rider here, trying to make a few pulls on the front also. Now it's National Team Estonia Artyom Köster on the front of the peloton, keeping the pace as high as possible for his team and for the peloton. But the gap is 56 seconds. It looks to be that it might go over a minute soon. Artyom Köster now showing to the back of the or to his teammates. There was a bit of a discussion between the Team Estonia riders. This is the back of the peloton. Yeah, the gap is now 1 minute, so it just shows you that the peloton has taken a little bit the foot off the pedal of the chase. So the situation is good, I think, for national team, for Alpecin the Königs, because if the gap will go bigger, then the chances of David van der Poel winning this race will grow exponentially, and then at the end Team Estonia has to fully commit, fully sacrifice all of their team to bring the breakaway back. And that means, well, there's two possibilities. One possibility is that they won't bring it back, and David van der Poel will stay at the front of the peloton with a gap. Well, it depends if the gap is big enough to win the overall general classification or not. But the other chances is that in the last 50 kilometers, where National Team Estonia will commit all of their team to and sacrifice their teammates to bring this breakaway back, that they will just spend themselves, and right arm will be all alone in the finish, and that will give a good chance for Henry Ulik and the Alpecin the Königs guys, who have had a moderately easy ride today, following wheels to do a proper lead out for Henry Ulik to get a podium spot in the stage finish, and every podium spot gives enough bonus seconds that Henry Ulik could win the general classification, but he just has to focus that right arm couldn't get any bonus seconds in the finish. So Henry Ulik needs to be in the top 3 of the stage, and Right Arm has to be out of the top 3, and that would give Henry Ulik the win in the general classification. So I think it's a good situation for Alpes Interkönigs. It would be more ideal if no other team would help Team Estonia, and now we see that Team Estonia have seen that the situation isn't superb for them, and they need to put more and more effort to bring this leading group back. And now we saw that 4 or 5 guys of Team Estonia went to the front of the group, and now are slowly upping the pace there. So I think it is very good tactics from Alpes Interkönigs. They are making the most of what they can in a profile like this. It is a flat race, fully flat race, so it is hard to put the pressure on the national team of Estonia and on Right Arm any other way, because you can go to the front and you can ride as hard as you can, but it's still easier in the slipstream. So anticipating the moves, putting David Vanderpoel in the breakaway is perfect for them, for Alpecin guys. So very good tactics, and definitely a team that is a feeder team for a World Tour team. They work, I think, a lot together with the World Tour team. Their director sportif works a lot together with the World Tour team, so they know how to race bikes and how to put pressure on other teams. So they've done everything superbly right at this moment. We'll see if it will be actually successful at the end of the stage or not. Now Team Estonia is full team on the front of the peloton, doing pulls. It's Gleb Karpenko here, Romet Pajur, Artyom Köster, Norman Vahtra, Martin Laas are all on the front of the peloton, driving the pace. The only guy, the whole team is at the front of the peloton. So this is a little bit of alarm station for Team Estonia, and this upping of the pace has already brought the gap between the peloton and the breakaway down under a minute, so 52 seconds again. It was at some point 1 minute 6 seconds. So they are doing a good chase at the front of the peloton, and they are going really fast, already 48 seconds. So this upping of the pace really is bringing the gap down. Definitely it is communicated soon to the breakaway group that the gap is melting. And Team Estonia has upped the pace in the peloton, so that there should be only one possibility for the breakaway now. They have to up their pace also. They have to focus more on keeping a high pace in that breakaway group. And it's 65 kilometers to go, so 1 hour 20 minutes still the race. So here is the possibility now where you can go, where you can up the pace, and you can almost keep a very high pace until the finish. So we are pretty near the finish, like 65 kilometers, as I told. 1 hour and 20 minutes still the race. So that's actually not a lot regarding the physical capabilities of these guys. These guys can race with a high pace for many hours. So the leading group has to put a pace on. We will hopefully see some shots from the leading group soon. Have they done it, or are they maybe leaving, like waiting until the gap falls under 30 seconds, and then they will start to push the pace again? We'll see what will happen in the leading group. Now we have shots here at the head of the race as the breakaway. well, they look to be that they are going with a very fast pace. They aren't holding back, definitely. That isn't the case, but it's just that the peloton has upped the pace a bit too much for their liking, I think. But because the cap is so big now that the cars are at the back of the bunch, and hi, we're back with the live coverage of Baltic Chain Tour 2023. We have our stage 3. This is the last stage of this year's race. It is raced in Lithuania, and the start and finish is in the same city in Panevėžys. So a big lap around Panevėžys. We are now. It was 156 kilometers a race. We have almost raced 100 kilometers today. So the riders are now again nearing or riding really fast towards Panevėžys. It is a fully flat stage today. No hills, no wind, just the road and the riders on it. But the race is still hard. The first one hour was raced more than 50 kilometers per hour. So I think the last 60 kilometers won't be a lot easier. So we will have the finish really ahead of the schedule. The finish will be probably like 50 minutes after 2, so a lot earlier than the scheduled race was. We have had 2 intermediate sprints already. The first one was won by Siim Kieskonen from Tartu 2024. The second one was won by David van der Poel, and yes, David van der Poel is in this 15-man breakaway. He is on our screen at the moment, 44. He is the most dangerous rider in the general classification in this breakaway group. He is 6th in the general classification, only 32 seconds from the leader right arm. He is getting a beat on from the car. Maybe a little talk also from the team Director Sportif. How's the situation at the back? What should I do? Should I focus still on getting as deep as into the race or the race as possible? Oh, we have some problems with the 143 here. Karl Anberger from Svealand, Vettles Lemdal from NCF Regionsor. He has a back wheel puncture there. Hopefully he will get his back wheel changed as soon as possible. There look to be some problems also with the Tartu 2024 team. I saw a car stopping on the side of the road for Tartu 2024. So these roads aren't, these aren't smooth as silk. These are smaller countryside roads in near Panevėžys. So Albus in the Königs Director Sportif shouted something to his boys on the road about the situation. But yeah, these roads aren't, as you can see, there are a lot of little holes here, and on the side of the roads is gravel, so there might be some rocks on this road, so there is a big risk of getting a puncture here. And we saw that a few guys already got that, but hopefully everybody else will stay safe. But yeah, regarding what we have still on schedule, we have one more intermediate sprint. It will come in 70 kilometers time, so 40 kilometers before the finish. We will have the last intermediate sprint of this stage and this tour. So there is still a fight for two things in that intermediate sprint. One is the fight for the most active rider standing. At the moment, Markus Bayer is leading that with 6 points, but a man and his teammate Siim Kiskonen is in the front of the breakaway, who now has 5 points in that standing. And also, if the breakaway would be caught before that intermediate sprint, then there is a possibility for Henry Hulik from Albus in the Königs Quickstep to go for the sprint in the intermediate sprint to get bonus seconds there. And if he could win the intermediate sprint, then he would get 3 bonus seconds, and he could win the whole tour. But now the commissar cars are already taken away from the gap between the breakaway and the peloton. So that means the gap is really, really small. So 17 seconds only the difference between the breakaway and the front of the peloton. So let's see if the breakaway still has something in their legs to push on, or will they be satisfied that they will be brought back by the peloton. Let's see what will happen. The next 15 kilometers are really crucial in this race. How the finish will be raced today, and it definitely it goes a lot down. What is Albus in the Königs thinking? What is David van der Poel thinking here? Will he try to push on? It looks to be that he's more contemplated on even it is okay if I'm being brought back, because I think I have made a big difference in the race, because Team Estonia has had to chase me down. So let's see. These are smaller roads, so for a breakaway, this is not ideal, but more ideal, I think, than racing on bigger roads, because it is you don't see as much to the front than you can on bigger roads. So there is a bit of an advantage if the peloton doesn't see you, but if the gap between the leading group and the peloton is that small, only 17 seconds, then there is still a big possibility that they will still see them. So let's see what will happen. Tartu 2024, they would like to push on. It is Siim Kiskonen on the front of this breakaway, and riders don't seem to be very fatigued at this moment. They are more or less, everybody is looking over their shoulder, like what is going on. Are we going to be caught? So there isn't a lot of momentum in this breakaway at the moment. They're going with a good pace, but it's not going with a pace that we are trying to be as long as possible at the front of the race. So it seems to be that they are more
we're
or
here
less,
with Filippo 14 from Maloja Push Bikers. You've been 6th on both stages, 3rd in general classification. Quite a good performance so far, or how you feel about it yourself?
Yeah, I'm not super happy because I expected it to be more than 2 top 6. But in the end, right now I'm 3rd in GC. Today is also fit for me. I hope we can arrive in the like on a bunch sprint, and yeah, it's also good for our team because top 3 in GC is also something that we can bring at home and be happy for that.
What do you think about today's last stage, 3rd stage in Lithuania? Is this more suitable for you than the yesterday's one?
Yeah, yesterday I expected it to be easier, the last climb, but in the end I was there, so the legs are good, and I think it's more suitable the finish line for me today compared to yesterday. But we will see, because we have 2 really fast stages in the last 2 days, so we will see today if Estonia or Alpecin want to control. We will see what it will be.
Do you know what's your team tactics for today?
Yeah, for me the best is we can arrive in the sprint, save my 3rd place in GC and win the stage.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That was the experience, the Italian rider from Maloja Bush Bikers, Filippo 14. Well, that interview a little bit made me more understand the tactics that Maloja Bush Bikers have, that they have raced, or they have committed to bringing this breakaway back, because they are very happy with the 3rd place general classification situation that they have. So Filippo 14 is 3rd in the general classification, and they are happy with that. So they would like to, they're pretty confident in Filippo 14's sprinting capabilities. So they would like to bring this breakaway back and have a chance in the sprint finish today with Filippo 14. So that is the main focus for them, and that makes the situation what they had in the front of the peloton very understandable. And they have had a good race, 2 6th places for Filippo, and a stage win would be a cherry on the cake for them. But the situation here, he has his one teammate also off the front, on 56, Malberg, here pushing the pace really well in front of the breakaway. So the gap was at some point 9 seconds. It looked to be, now it's a bit more now, but there isn't really there isn't a lot of cooperation in the breakaway group here. You can see that a lot of riders lagging. It's the breakaway is already splitting, so yeah, it isn't good omen for this breakaway group, I think. If they don't have good cooperation between them, it is very hard to actually win or stay in front of the peloton that is being controlled very well by Team Estonia, national team Estonia. They have the general classification leader, right arm in their team, the yellow jersey, so they have everything to control for. So good race from Team Estonia of keeping this very dangerous breakaway group in sight and keeping them not very not letting them get a too big of an advantage. But now we can see that there are attacks from the breakaway group. Rockstick is with a little gap, and 4 riders have gone clear from this breakaway group, so this shows you that they don't have cooperation here. They want to now make the breakaway group a little bit smaller, and that would give the breakaway like the second breathing or the second chance to go full gas. With a smaller group, they have a bigger, probably a lot more momentum or motivation to really keep the pace high, but that attack has been now brought back pretty much from the breakaway group. It's still together, a little gap between Rockstick and a few other guys, but it's still 15 guys together in front of the race. 51 kilometers still to go, so just a little bit over an hour of racing in this Baltic Chain Tour this year. So not a lot of road between here to the finish. At the front of the peloton, still CCN cycling team helping Team Estonia, and also Kekasif and Maloja Push Bikers are holding the pace high in front of the peloton. If I look at the Team Estonia, you can see almost all of the riders are contributing to the chase, but only 2 riders aren't. One, of course, is the leader, right arm, who isn't doing anything, and the other one is Martin Laas, number 6, the rider who is racing in a World Tour Team Astana, Kazakhstan team. So it looks to be that the tactic of national team Estonia is that they are holding Martin Laas for a lead out for right arm, or maybe the other way around, that they would try to go for the win of the stage with Martin Laas, because he on paper is the fastest sprinter in this group or in this peloton. So but of course they won't have a big lead out anymore, because they have spent a lot of power in front of the peloton getting this breakaway back. So but they are keeping Martin Laas powder dry, that he could be a help for right arm in the closing kilometers, or maybe just that he could go for the win himself in this race today. It's an interesting final that we will have in Panevėžys. We are very fast approaching Panevėžys. In 9 kilometers we will have the last intermediate sprint, where there will be handing out 3 2 and 1 bonus seconds, and also 3 2 1 points in the most active rider competition. So we'll see. Will the breakaway be on the front of the race still after the intermediate sprint? Again, I think this is the situation for Team Estonia, that they in their own their tactics could be that if they leave again the breakaway in front of the peloton for the intermediate sprint, then there won't be a possibility for Henry Ulik from Alpes and the Königs to get bonus seconds from that intermediate sprint. So it would be again one crisis averted for national team Estonia, and then they only have the last objective of the sprint finish for today's stage. We just got also info from the radio tour. that the average speed for the second race hour was 50.2 kilometers per hour, and the race average is now more than 50.6 kilometers per hour. So it's crazy racing here for these riders. They have raced more than 100 kilometers in 2 hours. So
we're here with Mats Hardachel from Team Aalborg Sparekassen Denmark. You have had quite a solid race so far with your team. You've been active, yesterday second on the stage. What are your thoughts about the race so far?
So far we are satisfied about how the race has been going for us. First day we had 2 riders in the breakaway and managed to get an 8th place. And that was fine for us. And then yesterday we knew that it was a stage that will suit us good. And luckily our rider Malde had a good day and managed to end on a 2nd place. So yeah, we're satisfied.
Yeah, yesterday maybe was the most suitable for you, but today is quite flat one again, not so much wind. Or what do you think is going to happen today?
I think that's a good chance it will be a bunch sprint today. We don't have a real sprinter, but we have one fast guy, and yeah, if it's going to be a bunch sprint, we'll try. Yeah.
But would you do everything to get in a breakaway or try to form one?
I think our best chances is a breakaway. So we'll definitely try to ride aggressive again, and then we'll see what's going to happen.
Sounds good. Best of luck for you.
Thank you.
And that was the director sportif of Aalborg Sparekassen Denmark team, a good Danish team that has raced very well this tour. And of course their highlight was yesterday's 2nd place in the stage with Hellerup. So today they don't have a designated sprinter. They would like to go on the offensive, and they have done that with, again, Hellerup, who is in the day's breakaway. So they could have a possibility still there to go on the attack from the breakaway, or they have one also almost sprinter in their team, so they will play for that in the bunch sprint. Probably we will have a bunch sprint at the end of this stage. Malberg, Maloja push bikers, isn't really happy about anything here. He was clapping to 102, Canadian rider. For some reason, Malberg isn't really. He has been a bit stressed for the whole day. A lot of shaking his head in the day stage for some reason. I don't know what's the problem. He has a little conversation with the Canadian guy. He isn't really happy about the situation that they have on the road. I think he would like for the Canadian guy to contribute more. But of course, maybe the Canadian guy said that, oh, I can contribute, but why is your team chasing us down? The situation is 45.6 kilometers still to go, and now we have 5.6 kilometers until the intermediate sprint. That will. It looks to be that the breakaway will be still on the front of the race in the intermediate sprint. So it's definitely 2 riders again contesting for the win. So David van der Poel, number 44, who's just stretching himself here, and also the rider on the front of this group now, number 23, Siim Kiskonen, who has already won intermediate sprint today and second in the second sprint. So he has the possibility to win the most active rider jersey if he will get second or first place in this intermediate sprint. And for David van der Poel, it is a possibility if he would get 3 bonus seconds, that then he would be in the general classification. He could get then his 6 more seconds, so he would be 1 second. He would move up to 5th place in the general classification, and only 1 second from Christopher Skerping, the 4th place rider. So that is the situation on the road. So I think David van der Poel will definitely try to contest that intermediate sprint, and so will Siim Kiskonen. So we will have a nice sprint on our hands in 4 kilometers time. The difference of the peloton and the front group, as again it has grown a little bit, and it's now 37 seconds between this front group of 15 riders and the peloton. The commissars is showing to the riders. It is of course it's a bit hard to shout to the riders the difference, so he showed with his fingers 4 and 0, so 40 seconds between the peloton and the front group of the riders. So really understandable language from the commissars. Yeah, this is a bit of a bad railway crossing, really bad like diagonal railways here, narrow rails, so the breakaway went over them safely. Hopefully the peloton will do the same. Of course in the peloton there are a lot of more guys, but they are, hopefully everybody stays safe there. These railway crossings can be a little bit dangerous, especially if you hit them in 50 kilometers per hour. So but these guys are professionals, they won't hopefully they won't have any problems with this. And now it's even 49 seconds. It is really growing out now. I think for national team Estonia this could be a problem. Yeah, now the peloton is crossing also that railway crossing. Yeah, it's no problem for anybody and this group. But yeah, 49 seconds, and you can see national team Estonia, Romet Pajur on the front of the race. From his commercial team is Lotto Kernhaus. He is making faces. He doesn't have a lot of pulls left inside of him, so they have a bit of a difficulty keeping the pace high in this peloton, and that's why the breakaway is now getting a bigger advantage. It's 48 seconds for the breakaway. We are 2 kilometers from the intermediate sprint, so we should see shortly a little bit of movement. And now we have Siim Kiskonen going for the intermediate sprint here. Yes, a good gap for Siim, and it's yeah, it looks to be that it won't be really contested from the other riders. Siim Kiskonen doing very nice anticipation of that intermediate sprint. Alone off the front here. Some riders are chasing him down. We don't see how much of a distance there is still under on the intermediate sprint, but it should come in very soon, in a few hundred meters. Siim is now looking back. He doesn't want to. Yes, now he's over there. So 2 wins and 1 second place in the intermediate sprints for Siim Kiskonen in today's stage, and that means that Baltic Chain Tour 2023 first jersey is being handed out. It is the most active rider in this tour was Siim Kiskonen with 8 points in the most active rider classification. So he now just has to finish the stage, and he will get that green jersey for his collection. So very nice job for Tartu 2024. they rode a very active first and second stage. They didn't get good results in the stages, not a podium, but this they already have now one jersey. That is a bit of a consolation prize, I think, for their team to have this most active rider jersey. The most active rider jersey, the green jersey, is being worn actually at this moment by Siim Kiskonen's teammate Markus Pajur. But yeah, now at the end of the stage he will give it to Siim Kiskonen. So nice little win for Siim here. But the situation now, 50 seconds almost for this breakaway group. This might just get interesting still if the breakaway will find cooperation between them. There isn't a lot of cooperation. There are still a lot of guys that do a turn, then miss a turn, do a turn, then miss a turn. So they would need the whole breakaway group to fully commit to have a real chance of winning today's stage from the breakaway. It might still happen. It's 45 seconds the difference between the peloton and the breakaway, but the peloton here we can see that it is being controlled by Kiekas. If they are protecting their general classification fourth place of Christopher Skerping, because David van der Poel is in the front, and if he would stay to the front, he would overleap Christopher Skerping in the general classification. Maloja Push Bikers is doing job to get also protecting their third place in the general classification, Filippo 14's position, and also they are really riding for a punch sprint because Filippo 14 is one of the best sprinters in this race. So that is the objective for them. Then it's Team Scorpions racing team. They are in the general classification in 7th place with Nick Vogt with 37 seconds behind. Sorry, 8th place in the general classification. I think they are also riding for a punch sprint with their sprinters, and of course then Team Estonia riding for their leader right arm, who is trying to hold the yellow jersey and also trying to maybe win this last stage, or their sprinter Martin Laas to win this last stage of this year's tour. But this is pictures of the breakaway group. Now we can see more of the faces of these guys. Well, Mikkel Reim really looks good, and also does David van der Poel. They don't seem to be spent at all, but there are a lot of tired faces here. So I think if these guys want to have a real chance, this is Mikkel Reim's nice bike. He was a national champion last year. This year he gave the jersey away to Karl Patrick Lauk, who races in a continental team in Belgium. But his bike still has a nice Estonian flag on it, and of course in today's special day for Estonia, Estonia has its is celebrating its re-independence day, so it would be of course very unique and special for an Estonian guy winning this historic Baltic Chain Tour stage today. And of course also the Estonians are hoping for an overall win from right arm here. But Mikkel Reim has a good chance in the breakaway to maybe get the stage. But I was talking about the composition of this breakaway group, that a lot of guys are spent there. So I think if the stronger guys in there want to have a real chance to go all the way to the line in the breakaway group, they have to, I think they should start or they should attack like 20 kilometers from the finish to get a smaller group off the front, 4 or 5 guys of those guys who actually have some pace in their legs yet to fully commit from there, because still if you have 15 riders, like 5 riders are good, but 10 riders are actually spent. They're doing turns, but they're actually when they go to the front, they will let the speed go down and so on, and it's actually not good for the cooperation of the group. So the stronger riders in the breakaway group, they should try to attack at some point a bit more earlier in the stage than only in the last kilometers, so to have a proper chance of staying away, because there is still definitely a lot of fresh legs in the peloton. So I think there are teams that haven't done a lot that will try in the last kilometers to form a sprint train to really bring back this breakaway group of riders. So the breakaway group has to anticipate the speed that will come from the peloton in the last 10 kilometers. They have to make the advantage for them as big as possible before the last 10 kilometers to have a chance to really go for the win today. If they don't do that, then they don't have a possibility to have a say in today's stage result, and they will just be absorbed by the fast flying peloton in the last kilometers. So let's see what will happen here. There is still not a lot of cooperation here. The Maloja push bikers rider Malberg is having still a lot of discussions with his companions in the here he is, Malberg. He's having he likes to talk a lot with his companions in the group, and also with the TV motorbike. So in good spirits, this Danish Mathias Malberg, 22 years old. Last year he was in the Danish Continental team Colo Quick. And he was very good in Tour of Estonia, second place in the general classification there, third place in the last stage there. So a good season for him. Well, last year I think it was a bit better. He won a stage in with his team in Grace Bresh Elite. He also won the under 23 time trial championships of Denmark, and winning a time trial in Denmark is a big thing, because well, all of Danish guys are superbly good in riding against the clock. So that just shows you that this Mathias Malberg has a very big engine inside him, and he can go fast against the clock, and he can go fast against pretty much every rider that is here in this Baltic Chain Tour. So he's a good rider, but again, his team tactics look to be a bit not favoring him, because they are more focusing on their sprinter Filippo 14 for the stage finish for the bunch sprint today. So they are putting a lot of effort in front of the peloton to bring this breakaway group back, and to have a chance in the sprint finish. Not give a chance for Mathias Malberg to go on the attack from this breakaway group to have a possibility to win the stage like that. So, well, but here is Massey Ferguson doing his job on the countryside. So he definitely a nice break for him to look at this bike race for a few minutes. Here and take a break from the hard labor that is farming, and a little different like activity for his day. I hope he likes having a few hundred cyclists pass his farm here. But here is Mikkel Reim, number 31 from ATT Investment, looking back, seeing the situation. What is the situation on the road? How near is the peloton to him? And I think he was a bit surprised when he looked back, because the peloton should be very near to the breakaway riders. The graphic shows only 14 seconds, so they might get caught soon, but you can see that there isn't a lot of cooperation in the breakaway group in the last kilometers. I think yeah, if the gap will go like 10 seconds, then we will have some kind of attack from the breakaway group, because there is maybe the whole group isn't still ready to fully commit to the breakaway, but I think there are guys in there that still want to be at the front of the race as long as possible, and they would like to have a chance to go for the win in today's stage. Let's see who are those guys, but I know that there are guys that would like to go on the attack and stay as much as possible at the front of the race that they can. So, but still, 14 seconds, 30 kilometers to go. We don't see yet now we see the breakaway and the peloton in the same shot of this nice drone footage. So yeah, the gap is really small now, and the breakaway, they are doing some cooperation, but not too much. There is no wind, and this is this is of course horrific roads for the breakaway, because long straight roads, fully open, so you can see kilometers ahead of you. So yeah, if you're in the breakaway, you just ride and ride and ride, but nothing like changes because the road is just straight, and yeah, the countryside isn't really changing, because it's the same old farms on left and right. So not a very good place to ride your bike. You have to have a lot of mental power, and you have to have a lot of good companions to keep the pace high, but they are doing it pretty okay at this moment. They are now holding steady the 14-second lead. It was at some point 40 seconds, but it was really fastly brought down to under 20 seconds, but now it's keeping steady. Of course, when the peloton increases their speed, there is you have an amount of power to accelerate. You can't accelerate like indefinitely. So yeah, you're accelerating from the peloton with a few guys, but they are then spent. They have to recover a little bit, and the other guys aren't then fast. So a little roadkill here, not nice. Hopefully everybody misses that roadkill. But yeah, here is now the front of the peloton. We can see that only 4 guys are contributing to the chase at this moment. So 1 rider from Kekasif, 1 from Maloja Push Bikers, 1 from Team Estonia, and 1 from Team Scorpions, because the 5th rider in this row is from Alpes in the Königs, and they aren't doing anything because they have their co-leader David van der Poel in the breakaway group. He is 6th in the general classification standing, and they are now in full color order here, and they will try to do anything possible to give Henry Hulik a possibility to go for the stage win today, or at least get a podium place in today's stage, because that would mean he would get enough bonus seconds to win this tour outright. So yeah, those Alpecin the Königs guys have a really hard last 28 kilometers still to go in this Baltic Chain Tour 2023. The gap is now 13 seconds. It looks to be that the breakaway will be caught, and it will be caught rather soon. And from there on, I don't think that we will have a lot of other attacks, and that we will mostly have bigger teams controlling the head of the peloton to prepare for the last sprint finish that we have today. So we'll see. The dots are really close. The blue and black dots of the leading group and the peloton are almost all together now. We will definitely get some live pictures back from the road. So the situation should now change a lot in the next few kilometers. But this is the profile, and the road book is rather simple until the finish. There isn't any big turns inside of 3 kilometers. You go. There is three turns, but they shouldn't be very technical. So there is one technical left-hander 300 meters from the finish, so it means that if you want to win the stage, then you have to be like at least top 5 going into the final turn, final left-hand turn. Do you have a good chance of going for the win of the stage? So the positioning of your team is so important in the last kilometers. But we are, we shortly got a little glimpse of the breakaway and the situation on the road. The gap between the breakaway and the peloton was definitely less than 10 seconds. They were separated by a few hundred meters. Again, now pictures here. This is the breakaway group of 15 riders. They are holding their pace here. They are contributing, but the peloton is really coming in fast behind them. And it looks to be that they will be absorbed soon by the peloton, but they are all together still, 15 guys, keeping a good pace here, doing nice carousel short turns between themselves. So still, I think a lot of these guys still have a lot of power in their legs that they would like to leave on the road. So I think just before this group is being caught, we will have some kind of attack from this breakaway group, because now again the breakaway has accelerated a little bit, and the gap between this breakaway group and the peloton, again, it went a little bit bigger. But the second they will start again looking at each other and don't want to contribute that much, then they will then it would be advantage peloton again. So and they have problems here. A few guys don't want to take pulls, and they are not happy because then somebody will let a gap in, and some other rider will try to close that gap. So it is difficulty here. Rider from CCN, he is not really happy about the situation that he was left a gap that he had to close in these last few hundred meters. Yeah, he's talking to talking to his companions in the breakaway group. Not happy at all. Yeah, the Maloja push bikers guy doesn't want to do anything in this group. well, he shouted to a lot of guys before, but now he's doing the same thing, that he's not contributing and leaving a gap at the back of this group. So not nice from the Maloja push bikers, Matthias Malberg, the Danish guy. So yeah, it's always easier to follow wheels than to close gaps. So this CCN guy, I think he's finished for the day. That wasn't, but that was fully. It wasn't because of him. It was because of that Maloja push bikers guy. So yeah, probably he isn't now from now on. He isn't a big fan of the Maloja push bikers continental team. So, but that CCN rider now is being dropped from the breakaway group, and we have 14 guys in the lead.
So we're here with Martin Laas from Estonian national team. First, I would like to ask, how has your season been so far?
Actually, it's been quite bad for me. I started well in Australia and then I came back to Europe, and straight away I had a virus in my blood. So yeah, I had a couple of weeks completely off, and then I started again. I was already finding my shape, my legs, and then I had really bad crash in ZLM Tour, and yeah, I needed operation in my hand. And then I was again out for 1 month basically, and now yeah, I'm just here to find my shape again.
So yeah, every day you race for Astana Kazakhstan team, where your one role is to be a lead-out guy for one of the fastest sprinters in the world. So today as well, the gap between right arm and second place is 2 seconds. There is speculations that you want to let the breakaway go. Maybe it's safer for you and then bring it together for a bunch sprint, or not. Anyway, you are gonna be playing a key role today, maybe in finish. What do you think about it? What do you think is going to happen today?
Yeah, for sure. For us, it's the best will be if the small break stays ahead without general classification riders. But obviously, I think that's not going to happen, and we need to be smart, and we need to play our cards right, also for the bonifications in the first 30 Ks. But I think we are strong enough, and we have our confidence ourselves. So I think we can manage it well. So yeah.
How do you like this finish yourself personally?
Actually, this kind of finish, I like it. It's not steep and it's slightly uphill, and you come here with the speed, so you can really push the peak power and hold it for 10-12 seconds. So it's a good sprint also for me. Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That was Martin Laas from Estonian Team Estonia. Yeah, not a good season for him. Not at all. He actually shouldn't be in the Baltic Chain Tour. He should be in some kind of a bigger race with Astana. But as you heard, bad crash in ZLM Tour. Yeah, he was in pretty good shape, but a crash there put him on the sideline for again a month, and this is his now first ride back from ZLM Tour. So yeah, still trying to finish off the season with good form. He's going okay in this tour. Yesterday in the breakaway, but you could see that, yeah, not good form, but I think from a World Tour rider we would like to expect a bit more. We'll see. This finish really suits him. He thinks, yeah, from the left-hand turn, 300 meters from the finish, it is a slight uphill and a power man finish. So and definitely he has a lot of power in his legs for a sprint finish. That is a thing that you, even if you're on the sideline for a month or so as a World Tour rider, you don't. Yeah, the sprint finish doesn't go away. All of the other capabilities might go away, but the sprint finish still stays with you. So if you're fresh enough for the finish in a good position, then he definitely has a very good chance to win today's stage. But it's it's important to see how will they race the finish. Will they go full gas only for Martin Laas for the stage win? But there could be then a possibility, if Henry Ulik is in a very good position, that he could get a podium in the stage. And they would, Team Estonia would win the stage, but they would lose the general classification. So, and the other way is that they would, Martin Laas would act as a lead out for right arm, so right arm could get a stage win or maybe a podium in today's race and just be in front of Henry Ulik, so that would still give him a win in the general classification. So it is hard to see what will the tactic fully be from Team Estonia. They have to definitely talk through themselves the tactics here. At first, of course, they have to. There is a possibility that they will just leave this breakaway go with 10 seconds and so on, so that the bonus seconds of the stage will go away and they will get the general classification win. But I think that won't be the case, because I think they would still like to win the stage, and they have a good possibility to win the stage with Martin Laas. So I don't think that they would just like to gift away. Oh, and there's a big crash in the peloton. A lot of riders are gone down, and it's three riders from Germany national team have gone down. There was also number 33, Daniel Durek was down. Maloja push bikers had a lot of riders down. Also a rider from Tartu 2024 was down. It looked to be that Filippo Fortina had a problem also there. Hopefully every guy will get back on their bike. It is hard to get back to the peloton because it's 18 kilometers only to go, so that means it's full gas on the front of the peloton, and it's hard to come back. And this is a little bit of advantage for the breakaway. If there's a bigger crash in the peloton, that will definitely take a few guys off from chasing the break. Here we can see the replay here. Oof! Oh. This wasn't nice. But we didn't see fully what happened, but probably somebody just touched the wheels and they came down on the left-hand side of the peloton. But yeah, in the last parts of the stage, everybody likes to move up from the peloton, and then you just get a little. Somebody is touching wheels, and it's so easy to come down in a situation like that. So. Fortunately it happened here, but fortunately it looked to be that everybody was on their feet rather quickly. So and it didn't look like Filippo Fortin wasn't in their crash, and no other man in high in general classification did have a problem in that crash. So hopefully everybody will still get back to the peloton. It will be a hard chase for those guys, but using the cars it still might happen. But the gap between the breakaway group and the peloton is still it is hovering around about 10-15 seconds maybe. If I look at with an eye, of course it's I don't have the gap like exact second, but it looks to be around 10 seconds. So, and it's hovering around that. It's not going bigger, and the breakaway isn't swallowing them fully. The peloton isn't swallowing the breakaway fully. So, and they are still doing pretty good cooperation here. They have found some common ground here. Even the Maloja push bikers. Malberger is doing his pulls on the front of this breakaway group. A rider from German national team is now rolling through. Everybody's contributing. So. I think these guys still have a chance because I think especially as long as David van der Poel is here, that means nobody from Alpecin de Koenigs Quickstep, Alpecin de Koenigs development team will do relays on front of the peloton. So, and they are probably the strongest team in the race at this moment because they have 5 fresh riders who haven't done anything in the peloton, and as long as David van der Poel is here, these guys have a chance, because if David van der Poel would be caught, then Alpecin de Koenigs will put their train on the front of the peloton to bring the other riders back, to have a chance for a stage win and a chance for the general classification win with Henry Ulik. So it is a very interesting situation here. Still riders contributing, but still I think if they want to have a real chance, they have to shed a few riders, shed those riders that don't have the legs anymore, and go clear with 4 or 5 riders to fully commit. Like yesterday, 3 riders, Markus Bayer, then also from NCF region, Sir rider, and one rider from I think it was from Volta's team. They fully committed at the end of the stage. They were caught, but that was the place. When they were 3 guys in the front, they worked as a time trialing squad from one team. They rode together as one group of riders. So with a smaller group, it's so much easier to fully commit until the finish. So let's see if that will happen or not. But it's CCN having a rider on the front of this group, trying to bring this back. They are doing a good job here. Scorpions is also here. Scorpions racing team, so they are having a man on the front, and Team Estonia only now has 1 man pulling at the front of the peloton, and it is Norman Vastra here with the pink helmet. He is the teammate of Right Arm in Continental Team Co Sport Lille Metropole. They have had a very good last month of racing in Belgium and in France, but this is the front of the breakaway, number 63. He is spent. This is Raugala from Kaunas cycling team, and we have Hendrik Punso from the finish.
Hello from Panevėžys. I'm here in the finish already. So in the last 3 kilometers, there are basically 3 corners. So 2 of them are not going to be so decisive, but this where I am right now is the last corner, 250 meters before the end. So this is the place where you have to be in a good position. This is the place where actually the first finish of today is, in this sense, because from here it's like 250 meters, slightly uphill. It's going to be an interesting one.
And that was Hendrik from our finish line. Just before Hendrik went on live, we saw that 1 rider got dropped from the breakaway group, so we still have 13 riders in front of the race with 13 seconds and 13 kilometers to go, so a lot of 13s here. But yeah, the situation in the finish is that in the last 3 kilometers we have 3 turns, but the last one is 250 meters from the finish line. So as Hendrik told very precisely, the first sprint is the first finish line is on that corner. So you have to have at least top 5 in that corner to have a possibility to go for the win in the stage. Because if you're more farther from top 5, there is just not not as much as road from that corner to the finish line to have a possibility to go for the win there. So yeah, you have to have a good position in that right corner. Hopefully everybody will stay upright, because they will go full gas in that right corner. You have to hit the apex as as good as possible and try to go through with pace from that corner, because as Martin Laas also told in his interview, the last 250 meters, it's a slight uphill. So if you go in there with a little base, then it just, you have to hold your pace, and then nobody. If you're in good position, you start sprinting straight outside of the or straight when you're going through the corner, then it's so hard for guys to pass you from behind. So so that would be the tactic, to be in prime position for that last corner. That of course gives a good chance for, I think, Henry Ulik, because they have the strongest lead out with Alpes in the Königs. If they put Henry Ulik, even if Henry isn't the fastest sprinter in the group, if they put Henry in prime position, in top 3 position to the last corner, then it's well, he is in such a good form that probably nobody, or maybe somebody, but not a lot of guys would be able to go past him, and that would mean that he would get bonus seconds, and that would mean that he would get this win and this Baltic Chain Tour 2023. But of course, we have right arm from the leader, the yellow jersey wearer. He has, I think, a bit different plans for the end of today's stage, but soon, in 10 kilometers time, we will know who will be the Stage 3 winner of this Baltic Chain Tour, and of course we will also know who will be the general classification winner of this year's race. Will Right Arm make history? And that means, will he be the only man that has won this tour twice? And nobody has done it 2 straight years. So but Wright could do it. He won it last year, and he might just do it again. He has the whole of the possibilities to do that. But Alpes in the Königs Quickstep, Alpes in the Königs development team. Sorry, I'm so full in World Tour racing. So, but Alpes in the Königs development team will give a good fight to Team Estonia to take the win and make an upset for the Team Estonia guys in this race. We will have a very interesting last 9 kilometers here. Still a breakaway of 13 guys off the front. The difference is not more than 10 seconds of a gap between the breakaway and the peloton. Well, it looks to be that maybe really Team Estonia are thinking about giving the stage win to this breakaway group, so that they would take away the bonus seconds. That might be the case, but I think then other teams like Maloya. Oh, there's a crash from the breakaway group. Oh, that was a Germany national team rider from Germany. Oh my, that was unfortunate. I think that is very bad to see. That wasn't nice. He was straight on. He is just now went to the bus stop and sit up there. He is, I think, the most is just angry about himself that that was probably that wasn't nice. Probably just was looking back, seeing how far is the peloton, and then he just touched wheels in front of him. It always is the case that if you're riding and if you're looking back, then it's you just you change your line a little bit then, because you're not full control of your bike when you're looking back. So I think we didn't see it fully because the TV camera was from the front head side, but yeah, probably he was just looking back and saw how far is the peloton, and that just touched wheels and he came down alone. But that is just a pity. Sorry for him. I think it's more. It looked to be that he wasn't very hurt, but the most thing that he was hurt, he was just hurt. That such a reckless, stupid move caused him to crash. So hopefully he's all right, and the bus will come soon to pick him up in that bus station and bring him to the city center, and then bring him to next races where he again has a chance, because today's good result in the today's stage just went there. But now 12 riders now still part of this front group. Slowly but surely riders are dropping out of this breakaway group because of just fatigue, but unfortunately also because of one crash of a German rider. But now we have 6.6 kilometers to go, and it looks to be that this front group has a really good chance still to go for the win here. So we have Tartu 2024 has 2 riders here, Rokas Adomaitis and Team Kiskonen. They could definitely try to go long. One rider could attack from a distance. The other rider could try to follow wheels. And then we have Mikael Reim from ATT Investment. Then we have here Malberger from Maloja Push Bikers, who hasn't done a lot of work, so he should be pretty fresh here. And then, of course, we have David van der Poel, who again has ridden really smartly here. He hasn't done a lot of work here, and but well, he's the best best place in the general classification, and he's cruising here. And well, usually if there's one guy who's really high in the general classification, he gets into a breakaway, then he's fully like committing of contributing to the work. But David van der Poel has ridden so nicely, so relaxed in this breakaway group that he has fooled, I think, everybody that no, he doesn't have any big objectives to get away with this breakaway group. So he has but he has still a good advantage on the peloton. 5 kilometers to go, so I think David van der Poel could be also a guy who would like to go maybe attack and try to win the stage from here. But we'll see. Or maybe he will just from here on he will try to wait for the peloton and try to help Henry Ulik to get a podium in today's stage, and thus for win the tour here. But these guys are still working really well together. Rokas Adomaitis is on the front of the group now, doing a big pull here. His teammate Sim Kiskonen is now also coming through with a very aero position, super tucked in. Well, yeah, those guys who are in the slipstream of him are probably really angry about Sim Kiskonen, because he's so small on the bike, such an aero guy, superb ride. But at the front of the peloton, you can see that not a lot of sprint trains. Una X, their development team, he's forming a sprint train on the right there, but other than that, there looks to be that a lot of guys have spent too much energy in this first part of the stage, that they aren't able to do a sprint train. With right arm, we can see 2 riders from Team Estonia are guiding him through, and it looks to be that Martin Laas is in helping or guiding right arm to a sprint finish here. So Martin Laas isn't going for the sprint himself, but here we can see an attack from the breakaway group. One rider is going solo. Here, Rokas Adomaitis, Tartu 2024, is trying to bring him back. Tartu 2024 have 2 riders here, so it looks to be that maybe Rokas Adomaitis is giving his all for Sim Kiskonen here. is bringing this back, and I think if this rider is brought back, then we will have an attack from Siim Kiskonen shortly after that. Danish guy Hellerup second yesterday, doing a big pull on front of the breakaway group. Mikael Reim now AT Investment doing a pull there. They want the stage win in this race. They haven't gotten even a podium here for AT Investment, and Mikael Reim is now attacking from this group. Nice attack from Mikael. Mikael did a small attack on stage 1 also, but that wasn't very successful. He wants to bring a win from AT for AT Investment, but still a little gap now for Mikael Reim. A nice win for an Estonian on Estonian in Re-Independence Day would be a cool thing, but Mikael Reim doesn't have a very big gap. A rider from Kaunas cycling team is chasing him down, but still. From the back, we see Tartu 2024. Rokas Adomaitis, the Lithuanian national champion, is putting the pace on front of the peloton. We still see Team Estonia and Unax, their development team, putting the pace there. Mikael Reim with a small gap in front of everybody. 1.7 kilometers still to go. Mikael is going good, and now we see Siim Kiskonen also attacking from the back of that group. I was anticipating this Siim Kiskonen attack because he won at the stage in Poland, Solidarnosc Tour, very similar. Late attack in the final kilometers, and Siim Kiskonen is now alone off the front in the final kilometer of stage 3 of Baltic Chain Tour. Superb ride. Oh, there's people on the road. Please go away. Oh, whoa, whoa. Where are... That wasn't nice, but Siim Kiskonen has a little gap of 3 seconds in front of the other riders here. Approximately a 3-second gap for Siim Kiskonen from Tartu 2024 cycling team. Let's see, what is the situation in front of the peloton? A left-hand turn, and is this already the finish? Siim Kiskonen, will he win a stage of Baltic Chain Tour 2023? Stage 3 in Unax, their development team rider is coming, and also Maloja Push Bikers. But Unax, a win for him. And we saw that, yeah, Indri Hulik is here. Right arm wasn't in the top 3, so it looked to be that right arm is the general classification winner of this tour. But a rider from Unax, their development team, won the last stage of this tour. A superb tour from the Unax riders. That was touch and go and heartbreak for Siim Kiskonen. That was close. That was too close to call. We will definitely see a replay of that soon. I didn't see the number on the Unax, their development team rider, but definitely there. Now we can see the replay of this. Siim Kiskonen coming into the line, 150 meters to go, out the saddle, but then the riders come and big upset for Siim Kiskonen. Unax, their development team, won that stage in front of 2 riders from Maloja Push Bikers. And Siim Kiskonen looked to be 5th in that finish in a sprint. It looks to be Daniel Arnes, no? Number 12, of course. It is Daniel Arnes who was 2nd in stage 1st. Sorry, Mats Landpo. Sorry. Filippo 14, 2nd. Roy Efting 3rd. Pavel Kelemen 4th, and Siim Kiskonen. That was close. 5th, Markus Bayer 6th, right arm 8th, so it's confirmed that right arm has won this tour. But Mats Landpo, very nice win for Unax cycling team. So yeah, Mats Landpo, Unex, their development team. He was third yesterday in Sigulda. A superb win for Unex, their development team. Very, very nicely timed sprint and a good sprint lead out for them. And right arm, yes, also finishing the line with his hands in the air, showing one finger, and that means only one thing. He has won this tour again 2 years in a row for right arm. Superb ride by him. But yeah, Maloja Pushbikers second and third, well, they can't be happy about that. Usually there is the case in cycling, you would like to be a win is a win. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth are cool, are nice places, but the win is the most important thing. So Maloja Pushbikers, they thought that they would go for the finish with two riders, with Filippo Fortin and also with Roy Efting, but one rider was a bit better, and it was Mats Landpo. A superb win for him, a superb win for Unex, their development team. They have been really close to former days with Daniel Arnes in stage 1, Mats Landpo yesterday third, but now a stage win for them. Definitely the Unex guys can be very happy about their performance in this tour, because they have had a big effect on the tour, and they also got a stage win now from their rider Mats Landpo. Well, you saw that they didn't contribute at all in chasing the breakaway. They left it all on the line for Team Estonia to control it, and all of their riders were really fresh for the lead out, and they did it perfectly. So very good tactics, and I think yeah, for them they really held the cool head, so they didn't do too much before the finish, and that's why they had so much strength in the lead out for Mats Landpo, and that's why they got this good result here. So superb win for Unex, their development team, a team that is bringing up very cool talented Nordic riders up into the pro ranks. Daniel Arnes did a perfect ride on stage 1, second place for him. He has had a lot of difficult years when he was regarded one of the best and upcoming stars in the junior ranks in Norway, but some problems with his health, but now he's come back to racing. A very good winter, superb start of season in Belgium races, and now in Unex, their development team doing good rides there. And here we can see that the finish again, and Mats Landpo from the left hand side sprinting, even not out of the saddle, in the saddle, as good as possible. And Siim Kiskonen, of course, a very good timed attack from him, but fell a little bit short, he was 15 meters too long for Siim Kiskonen. It's always a heartbreak to see that. That just, yeah, I can't even imagine what Siim Kiskonen thought in those last 100 meters, that you're going to win, and then 4 guys pass you 15 meters from the line. But this is the winner.
So we are here with the third stage, final stage winner, Mats Landpo from Unex, their development team. How did it happen?
My team was awesome. 10 kilometers out, they sat in front, and there was no other teams who did it. So my teammates just got up in the front, and then they cheered, go for it, and then we catch him just in like 200 meters before the finish.
So after the corner, you catch the last guy?
Yeah, I think it was at the 200-meter sign we catch the last guy from the breakaway.
Was this the plan, strategy from the beginning of today's stage, or did things just happen like this?
No, I think we had a strategy, and it worked like we have planned. So it all worked. Did go after the plane we planned. So yeah, it couldn't go much better. And yeah.
Yesterday, third, today's stage victory. It's quite a good result for you. Not so much in GC because you had bad luck in first stage, as I heard. But are you happy with the Baltic Chain Tour 2023?
Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, the first win of the 23 races. So that's only nice to win. Yeah, and this is my first time, so it's awesome to win. So
congratulations and good luck for the rest of the season.
Yeah, thank you. Have a nice one. Thanks.
That was today's winner, Mats Landbo. Really, you could see the emotion in his eyes, how much he was grateful for his teammates, and it was, like he said, Unix, their development team, was the only team that had a proper lead out at the end of the stage, so they really deserved that win. Properly timed lead out for Mats Landbo, and a very good sprint from him. He didn't even understand. He thought that on 200 meters they caught the last man, but he didn't even see that actually they caught the last man 15 meters before the finish line. So, but still, of course, for hats off to Unix, their development team. They really raced the whole 3 stages with their heart, and now they got at last the stage win that they fully deserved in this race. And it's really good. I think we had in this race 3 teams that really stand out from everybody else. It was Team Estonia, Unix, and Alpes Interkönigs, and all of those teams got a win. So first stage was won by Right Arm, second stage won by Henry Ulik from Alpes Interkönigs guys, and the third stage now for Unix, their development team, a stage win for them. It's a bit disappointing in this last stage finish. Where was the Alpes Interkönigs guys? I didn't see nobody in the top 10, so something happened with their team lead out. They really mistimed something, so they didn't have a chance to go for the win of the stage nor the general classification. So this is the preliminary results of this general classification. Right Arm, second year in a row, winner of Baltic Chain Tour. Very nice win for him, and a well-deserved win for him and his team. His Team Estonia really controlled today and yesterday perfectly. Henry Ulik from Alpes Interkönigs Quickstep second, Filippo 14 from Maloja Pushbikers third, Christopher Skerping fourth, Noah Morel fifth, Victor Lichot sixth, David Vanderpool seventh, Nick Vogt eighth, Marcus Bayer-Knight and Oskar Munk-Olsen from Aalborg 10th place for him. So yeah, Alpes Interkönigs did a good race with David Vanderpool today, but just at the end of the stage they really mistimed something, and unfortunately for them, Andrew Ulik couldn't contest the sprint finish today, and that means Right Arm won the tour in front of Henry Ulik of Alpes Interkönigs. But a very contested ride today, and here we have Siim Kiskonen
from Tartu 2024. What a ride today. You were super active all day. You won 2 intermediate sprints. You were second and 1, and then you got catched like just maybe 50 meters before the line. Take us through today.
The first plan was to go to the breakaway. It was very hot day, but I put my time trial skin suit on, aero overshoes, because I knew I wanted to go to breakaway today and try to do something, because I knew the Estonians don't want to go for the stage win because of the bonus seconds.
So you knew that the breakaway is the place where you're going to have your chance. So you took 2 intermediate sprint victories. And then what happened in the last 10 kilometers?
Last 10K, we started to pull really hard. And last 3Ks, the attacks started to go. And luckily I had my teammate Rokas Adomaitis in the breakaway, and he covered the attacks until the last kilometer.
And so when did you do the last attack yourself, or how did you come to the last corner?
I attacked maybe 1 kilometer to go. I saw behind me was one guy who was quite tired. So I knew nobody will follow me directly. So I did all out sprint and just tried to hold on.
It was a good try and good tour, I think, for you. So good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
That was Siim Kiskonen, who narrowly got beaten to the line by Mats Landbo from UNOX, their development team. He was in the day's breakaway, did a late attack, but just 15 meters too long of stage for him. Unfortunate for him, fortunate for UNOX, their development team riders, that they got the win. Next time, definitely Siim Kiskonen will try again, and maybe then he will be able to win the day. But he at least gave us a proper spectacle in the last kilometers. But from my end, I would like to conclude. I think we had a superb Baltic Chain Tour again, like we have every year. We will definitely be back again next year at the same time, the second part of August. Hopefully this is again the sprint to the line today, where Mats Landbo won in front of Filippo Fortin and Roy Efting. So yeah, next year we will be back, hopefully even with a longer stage race, hopefully with even more riders, more big teams, more hard racing, more fast racing, because this was really fast racing in this year's race. I really hope all of you enjoyed this race. I think it's superb that we see some of the smaller races here also on with a live coverage. Not only the World Tour races that we can watch via video, but here is Right Darm.
Congratulations, Right Darm, winner of Baltic Chain Tour 2023. You did it 2 years in a row. How do you feel right now?
Just amazing, and super thankful for my whole team.
Today was a race quite as expected, but it wasn't. It didn't look like it was under control for you all the time. What do you say about this?
Yeah, it was a little bit out of control because the breakaway was so big, and yeah, we had one dangerous guy on the GC in the front. So yeah, at some point it was a little bit nervous for me. But other teams also came to help in the front, and my guys just did an amazing job.
How did the final happen for you, and were you thinking about something that you can win also the stage, or how did this go?
Yeah, I was also thinking about the stage win, because yeah, it's you never know if the second guy in the GC will do a good sprint or not. So yeah, I had to do everything I can until the line, and last 2 corners was quite crazy because we catch the breakaway just like 500 meters before the finish. So yeah, they were a bit in the way, so it was quite dangerous. But yeah, luckily we kept the jersey in the finish.
So your team did a really good job today. Do you have something to tell to them?
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. It was just amazing. They did crazy job.
Thank you very much, and enjoy your victory.
Yeah, thanks.
And that was the general classification winner of this year's Baltic Chain Tour, Right Darm. They had a bit of a nervous day today because of a very dangerous move going off the front with David van der Poel and a big breakaway, but his team did everything that they could, and that was enough for him. So he could keep and hold the yellow jersey for him, for the team. again, second year in a row, a winner of this tour is Right Arm. Well, as I said before his interview, we will be back next year, pretty similar time, hopefully a longer tour, hopefully more racers, but hopefully Right Arm will also come back and try to do 3 years in a row. That would be superbly cool. Let's see if the Nordic guys will let that happen or not. They will give a good fight to Right, but I really enjoyed commentating this tour. I hope you enjoyed watching it. And I hope you will come back next year, and please enjoy the end of the season. The cycling season is in its prime, and only a few months until the end of the season, so please enjoy the next races. I was Christo and Vaga, your commentator today for the tour. I will definitely be back next year, looking forward to that. But yeah, please enjoy your Sunday evening, go for a bike ride, support cycling, and let's see you soon. Have a nice evening.
Dabar visą tai įamžinkim į foto objektyvus, išnuosius telefonus. Ir dar kartelį pasveikinkim trečio etapo Baltic 2023 nugalėtoją Lando Mats. O dabar judam prie bendros įskaitos ir čia pakviesim trečiosios vietos nugalėtoją Fortin Filipo. Please join us. The first place winner. General classification. Ir jūsų žinoma plojimai. also is the winner of yellow jerseys. So one more time all together. Dar kartelį visi kartu paplokime bendros įskaitos stipriausiam sportininkam, tarp kurių Arvarait iš Estijos, Uli Henry ir Fortin Filipo. And now Shazmin Shahar, of course. Bottles ready, number 3 bottle is almost ready. Uli, you must faster in the race after to open the champagne. We need to learn to do that, okay. Dar kartelį, panevėžiečiai, paplokime. Baltic Tour fizikos ir nugalėtojai. Okay, one more time I want to invite most competitive rider, Uli Henry. Please join us one more time. So Uli Henry, he was the competitive rider and he won the red jersey. Ir dar kartelį plojimais pasitikime raudonų šviesų savininką, labiausiai konkuruojantį sportininką Uli Henry. Plojam, visi dalykai, tai reiškia. Sportininkas, tai reiškia, neploja, tai yra žiauriai malonu ir žiauriai patinka, nes dalykai, visų būtybų jie varžosi. And now also I would like to invite green jersey winner, most active rider, Estonian Sim. So please join us. Green jersey for you, brother. Ir žinoma, visų mūsų palaikymas plojimai šiam jaunam sportininkui iš Tartu komandos. And also, one more time I would like to invite the best young rider. White jerseys the best to Uli Henry. Alpecin team, please join us. Dar mes dar kartelį visi draugiškai plojam. Plojam. Nepaleiskit taip lengvai. Uli Henry nuo scenos ir dar kartelį. Dar kartą visi draugiškai. 3-2-1. Triukšmingai. Ir nedaug marškinėlių. Ir raudonas. Ir baltas. Ir bendra kvalifikacijų antras. Tai visi tavo tikrai daug plojimų. And now a short break because we need to figure it out. The final results, which team is the winner overall. Jo, aš norėčiau pakviesti Voltą Madarį arba Kauno Cycling, dėja dar teks pasiruošti jums vaikinams, tiek iš Klaipėdos, tiek iš Kauno. Nemažai dar trūksta. Okay, and now we have the final result. Team's general classification is Alpecin. Please join Team Alpecin here on the podium. So we're still waiting for the winner, team winner, general classification out machine, and after that we'll do the photo with all the participators, with all the winners of stage 3 and overall classification. Dabar laukiam, kol Alpečinai įsikvies visus savo komandos narius, tam, kad užliptų ant scenos ir pasiimtų prizą, nes tai yra greičiausia komanda po visų 3 etapų. Ok, gavom žinutę, kad jie ateina. Persirengia, turi pasipuošti. Okay, now we're waiting for Team Alpecin, so please, the winner of the stage and also guys with the jerseys, please join us on the podium. We'll make photo of all of you. So, alright, Uli Denli, Estonian Sim and Langbo Mats, please join us on the stage. Guys, join us for the photo, for the memory photo of the Baltic Chain 2023. And all together, visi kartu mes paplojam, padarom triukšmą šiems 4 vyručiams, kurie bendra klasifikacija tapo greičiausi ir, aišku, greičiausias šiandieninėme etape.